Hi. Well, this is going to be a little scuffed. It's our first time doing anything quite this big, right? It's 5 days of workshops, 9 to 6. Realistically, the first hour we won't have anything on stream because that's practice. But then from 10 to 6, there'll be streams besides lunch and then the afternoon break. This is the IEEE Summer School on Computational Intelligence for Game Development. Or as we like to call it because we're lazy, just a game dev crash course. The goal, realistically, is to get everyone here online and in person to be able to do a game jam, right? That's the goal. And then also give you a few extra tips and tricks that you might not learn elsewhere so that your game jam games can have a little panache, right? So we got Joseph in the back right now. He'll be here doing it on Thursday and Friday, talking about procedural generation and here, let me scroll through. So we got Joseph Brown here. We've got Marcos, how do you pronounce Marcos' last name? Surya. Okay, perfect. Marcos Surya, Robert Sieb, and Jonathan Strubchek. We've got 4 different professional speakers, more professional than us at least, and then we've got some student volunteers. So there'll be me and Jordy doing some roundtables as well as the basics of Unity, the basics of Blender, and then Aiden will be running tech for the whole event, so we'll have 3 student volunteers helping run it. As you can see, there's lots we're going to talk about. The roundtables are nice because they'll be completely open to everyone to sort of just like ask questions and bounce thoughts back and forth. What we might end up doing is we might take one of the mics like these guys that we're wearing and just sort of pass it around. If you want to ask a question, you can ask it directly on the mic, or we can just repeat the question. Either one works. Quick heads up, if you're in the front row-ish area over here, you might get caught on camera. So if you are comfortable with that, you can sit up here. If you're not comfortable with that, sit somewhere far back or in the left or wherever. Any questions you ask, though, we will probably repeat them, as well as who asked it likely, or if you don't want us to, we can just not. As far as the schedule goes, today, we had practice this morning. Practice, like I said, it'll be pretty casual. You can come in, practice what we did yesterday, what we learned yesterday. You can just sort of work through it if you fell behind. That, and we'll have some snacks, some beverages and stuff over there outside the room, and you can go snack as well, right? Then the actual lectures tend to start from 10 to 12, so about a 2-hour block there. Then we take lunch, and then we do another 2 hours. Then we take a break. And then we close out with 2 more hours. Anything more than 2 hours, people tend to sort of start glazing over. So we figured 2 hours, stop, 2 hours, stop, 2 hours, stop is probably the way to go. So at 10 o'clock here, I'll show you guys a bunch of different places to get to how to set up some student licenses for Unity, Rider, a few other things like that. As well as we'll make sure we've got the software set up on our computers here. So this might not be the most exciting thing for stream because you're on your personal computer, so you've got functioning software probably. But we'll still show you the licenses that you can get as a student. And then we'll maybe discuss, sort of treat it like a little bit of a roundtable. So if people have other software that they like to use, we can look at installing that on these computers. They'll uninstall themselves by tomorrow anyways, but it doesn't hurt to install it. As far as basics with Unity goes, I've dedicated a 3-hour block to that. It probably won't take that long. That might actually. Is it 3? Yeah, it's 3. So with that, we'll work through so I'm a busy person. I have a job, and I didn't have time to create a tutorial from scratch. So what I've done is I've sort of taken a video tutorial online from Game Maker's Toolkit. They have about a 48-minute one, but I found that I was stopping and starting over and over again when I was doing it. So we're all going to work through that together. And then realistically, the last hour is going to be us all taking ideas from everyone of things we could add to the game to make it better. And we'll work through it and figure out how to do that. So for example, the tutorial doesn't add a login, like a main menu. So we'll figure that out. The tutorial doesn't add sound. We'll figure that out, right? The tutorial doesn't add how to close the game. So I'll show you how to do that as well, right? So we'll add in a bunch of extra little pieces in there. And then for the game engine roundtable, Jordy will be running that. Essentially, like I said, roundtables are going to be open to discussion for everyone. So Jordy will talk about a bunch of game engines. We'll have people telling us about game engines that they like. We'll talk pros and cons. Everyone will be able to sort of share their opinions. A roundtable is literally just a discussion, right? So the purpose of that, obviously, is that if someone's coming into game development and they're like, oh, I want to make a game, but I have no idea where to start, the roundtable discussion will at least give them a starting ground. Somewhere where they can be like, okay, so I'm new, I don't know how to code, what's the least code heavy option, right? Like there's visual scripting for Unity, you can install, I think it's Bolt, right? So that's an option, or Godot. I don't know how much coding Godot uses.
It's pretty light.
Yeah, so like there's a few lighter options, and then you could be crazy and go into Unreal if you wanted to, right? Like, so we'll have a whole discussion around that. Might as well just keep going into describing a bit more. So fundamentals of AI in Unity, that one will be Marco's lecture, I believe. And that'll just start 10, 2, 3. And then we'll take a break. And then there'll be basics for Blender, that's Jordy's. He's gonna go for about 2 hours there, sort of run us through how to do Blender. We don't have Blender installed on the machine, so we should install those ourselves sometime early tomorrow probably. And I mean, install Blender on your machines tomorrow as well, and we'll work through that. Wednesday, we'll do another roundtable in the morning just to get our brains going. And then Marco will talk for 4 hours there about music in games with AI. I'm not quite sure what that's gonna be, so I'm a little excited for that. Then we'll do a bit of another roundtable, right? So we tend to start the day with discussion, end the day with discussion, just to keep those sections a little more casual, when you're first waking up and when you're first glazing over. For that one though, we'll talk about some basic tips and tricks for game jams, like basic advice that everyone has who's done game jams, maybe a little bit of just sort of like experience as well, like how to plan, how to like not over plan it, how to make sure your team is in sync to assign roles type thing, right? Then on Thursday, we'll do computational intelligence for procedural generation. That's Joseph's first lecture here. Then we'll do Board Game 101. He did actually tell me the name of this one, so we can update that eventually. Let me check it here for you, everyone. What did he call it? Oh yeah, the name he wanted us to use was Analog Tools for Game Design. So that's the board game one from the board game guy, Robert Sieb. And then on Friday, we've got affordance theory for games. That's Joseph's second big one there. And then after that, we have Jonathan coming in for business and game development. So we'll have 4 different speakers. Today's really the only day where you have to suffer through me and Jordy too much. Every other time you'll have someone who's an educator of some form or more of a professional in the field. Today's just gonna be the most scuffed day. So don't expect every day to be quite as bad as today might be. Other than that, I'm not sure what else. I suppose, obviously, the funding for this event we've gotten from IEEE as well as TRUSU grants. Yeah. What else we got going on? Yeah, you can see on the website here that it's all there. As far as watching it goes, we've got it on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Facebook, and Twitter. So if you're online, you can watch it on any platform you like. It'll be there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who watches things on Twitter, but you can. What else do we want to talk about? Do we want to have anything else?
A streaming platform?
Twitter has a streaming option, yeah. We can stream directly to Twitter. Not sure why. Other than that, if you do plan on watching, grab a ticket. It helps with head count. It's fine if you don't. It's just easier for us to track who actually showed up and how many people are watching. Anything else?
Yeah, I think that's it.
No? Cool. So take 17 minutes, do whatever you do, and then we will come back at 10 o'clock on the dot, and we will discuss software, licenses, student licenses, how to get GitHub student, because that's going to be really, really useful, stuff like that. Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Edit, switch scenes.
There we go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are on student licenses and software, I believe is what we've called it. Let me double check what that's the name of it. Student licenses and software setup. Lovely. So we've got a few tabs open already here. Essentially, what we'll do is we're going to quickly go through a list of software that you'll want to use. Realistically, for most of the tutorial, we're going to be using Unity and Rider. Rider basically because it comes built in with Unity's library, if that makes sense. We'll get into it. It just makes it faster and easier, and I'm lazy, so it works nicely. You can do the same with VS Code with some extensions, but Rider does it automatically, and also the JetBrains suite is super good, and you'll want to use it later in your career anyways, because they literally make Android Studio, so you won't have much of a choice. As far as where to start here goes, let's start with GitHub Student here. So GitHub, first off, use it. Git is amazing, and it's a great way to share your software with other people, as well as keep things up to date and backed up. In fact, this website is actually hosted on GitHub. We've got it hosted for free on GitHub. I did buy the domain of trusugaming.ca, but the actual website is hosted for free on GitHub. As long as your pages are relatively static, it doesn't really cause any issues. But yeah, so I'll post this link in the Discord here for the TRUSU Gaming one, and Aiden will also post it in the chat. Everyone else in person, if you want to just education.github.com/pack. Go there, and then we can start working through the sign up. So teachers have the option to sign up too. I'm not sure what that looks like. I'm not a teacher, so I didn't look because I don't care. I've been using GitHub for the last 3 years of my education here at TRU, and I love it. Specifically the GitHub Student Pack, you can get a few really good things here, so let's work through it. So when you click on the Get Here option, you've got a few options here. There's students, teachers, there's also the campus program. The campus program's cool, pretty interesting, and then also if universities actually want to pay for GitHub, they have a discount and a bunch of other things that way. Look, neat. All right, we're going to get student benefits, though. We don't need to worry about anything else. So I guess at this point, let's create a free account here. It's fine here. Let's create one using Aiden's student ID. Aiden, what is your student ID here? There it is. Lovely. Okay, TRU is a goober who won't let me actually steal the number. So we'll just. We're going to use our student accounts here. You can use personal and then link it to your student afterwards, but it's a little faster and a little easier if you just use your student email. Oh, look how nice that is. Thank you, GitHub. So in here, let me show you what you get, actually. So there it is. Look at that. How do I plan on using GitHub? Learning with 2 E's, apparently, because I cannot spell, or I click too fast. Both options can be true. Sure, why not? I don't care. You can have my location. Boop, 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 boop. So another proof I made. So there's just some steps here, which might be annoying, but they're, I forgot about this step, and that's kind of annoying. Either way, how do I want to do this? I forgot you need proof. So realistically, find your proof. I'm going to stop going through Aiden's right now and log in on my own. But you have your own proof. I just don't want to upload a photo of Aiden's while on stream. I don't think he'd be a huge fan if I just took his ID and uploaded it on screen here, or his enrollment forms or anything like that. So we're gonna not do that. I will log in myself because I've already finished that part. Okay, why are you being a jerk? As far as your proof of enrollment goes, if you log into your MyTRU account there, you can literally just grab your transcript and upload it, and that'll work fine. And it'll be a little less scuffed. Okay, can you just let me sign in and stop auto-signing in? Stop auto-signing in, you silly jerk. I'm just trying to show the stuff. Student Developer Pack. The whole point of this, for context, is we're trying to get this Student Developer Pack. Inside the Student Developer Pack here, you've got tons of stuff, and it's great. Can you work, please? You get GitHub Pro. I don't want to be on this account. Stop it. 1 second. I need to clear my cookies, because Google's being a jerk. Where are you hiding? No, it's in here. That's fine. Yeah, cool. Sign in. Stop auto-signing in. Thank you. I'm just going to log in on mine because I have it already set up so I can keep going. But like I said, you should be fine just to literally like screenshot your transcript and put that in there. 1 second here. Turn on sync because I'm lazy. You guys just can feel free to spam me with emails if you really want to. I don't care. You can see my email. Not a big deal. And you can see the link to my password as well. I don't care about that either. It's quite long, and I have two-factor authentication, so you're not really getting in anyways. Boop. Unless you steal my phone. If you steal my phone, then you can get in. But please don't steal my phone, I guess. Write that down, yeah? Okay, refresh. There we go. Lovely. Get out of here, ad block. I know you've installed. Lovely. Okay, so there's my account. Ugh. How dare you? How dare you do this to me?
Yeah, I practiced up for this just a second ago.
Yeah? Okay. Gotta get my two-factor authentication. Every single thing has two-factor authentication. I don't know why. Unlock 019047. Lovely. Okay. Now we can get back into the GitHub student there. So. Once you've put in your proof of enrollment, you should be able to just get to the next step pretty basically in the student enrollment pack here. There you go, student, continue. Like I said, learning, continue, nothing too crazy. Don't you dare. I already have this. Why the moment I'm trying to show people this, you have to be a jerk? All right, okay, here we go. So yeah, like I said here, you've got all these options here. The core thing we want is JetBrains, but you can do other things as well through here. You can get Azure, you can get name.com. So we hosted our website on there for a bit. There's GitHub. .tech, we hosted our website on there for a bit. Bootstrap Studio, very, very good for creating websites quickly. It's actually what we used for this one. This was Bootstrap. Pretty quick, nothing too crazy, nice and easy. DataCamp, really, really good if you want to learn databases. If you're taking databases in your third year here, doing some DataCamp the summer before will really help you get that A. GitHub Pages is how we host the website. And like I said, there's a bunch. VS Code, Microsoft Azure. There's a billion things on here. A couple that are really cool. There is Stripe. So if you start processing payments, that's really, really useful. They used to have Canva. I don't know if it's still in here, but having a professional license to Canva is awesome. There's a weird amount of blockchain in here, which is pretty unpleasant for me because I avidly dislike blockchain. But GitHub Student's really useful. we can skip that part now. We're on to the next step. Unity. Unity has a student license. So you can get all the, like most of the professional features for free, which is really, really nice. So you could do it post-secondary, you could do it for high school. For post-secondary here, should be pretty basic here. So let's not sign in again. Let's do this from scratch here using Aiden's email. Hey, that's not the right email. It lost Aiden's logins. Aiden, come log in for me, buddy. Love trusting other websites not to be jerks to us. I promise the other parts of this won't be quite so weird. It's just software licenses are a little silly and they're a little stubborn. But like I said here, you can see here, it's his it's last name, first letter, year you started. There you go. Did everyone get into GitHub at least?
Oh, just a heads up with the Adobe Substance Painter, it's the same deal as GitHub.
We have to upload proof?
So you can literally upload anything. It can be like a PNG of,
A dog?
of Obama and it will still work.
That's really funny. All right, so for a lot of the times, I actually don't really check the thing either. Lovely. I'm just gonna clipboard that to make my life easier. Oh, look, is that gonna work? Lovely. All right, so Unity is gonna be pretty much the same as the other ones there. We'll just make up a generic password. Perfect, great password. Username, we'll just call it Aiden, or Aiden Evans. Lovely. Lovely. I probably did, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Is this better? Oh, look, that actually worked too. In terms of spelling it right as benefits. You can lie. Just upload a photo of anything and it probably won't even check. You can literally just screenshot nothing.
Yes, I'm a student.
Yeah, just say, yes, I'm a student. It's fine. If you don't have a student, you can probably get away with most of these things without it anyways. It should be fine.
I mean, isn't like Unity like on Steam or something? I think it's real quickly install that.
Did you say Unity on Steam?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on Steam.
No. But you don't need an actual license for Unity anyways. It's just this is for extra, right? So most of these software are free to begin with. You can do it for free. I'm just trying to take advantage of, good enough. We'll just put the student one in there, Canada. Like I said, you should be good to not bother with a lot of this like software side of things and just make do with whatever. Let's put May, and we'll put 2025. I don't know when Aiden graduates. It doesn't matter. Aiden, come back. There's so many steps. It's so silly. Yeah, we got lots of software to get into, but realistically, like I said, right now we're doing a bit of a scuff part. As far as actually getting the software going here, it shouldn't be too bad. Except, verify that this exists. So Unity, you don't have to upload anything. It just verifies it directly. Look at that. Aiden, look, you've got student Unity set up to your email now. You don't know the password because I just typed something in, but I know the password. Lovely, look at that. So with Unity Student here, you can download Unity, right? So they literally give you the link. In our case, we already have Unity installed. But let's work through the steps here like you guys would. So we'll download Unity, download for Windows. And they do have this like learning setup here, but we're going to do that later. We don't need that right now. So there's unityhub.exe. Look how nice that is. We'll go back a bit too as well here. Just goes, boop, there we go. Activate license here. So when we go to preferences on the account here, in Unity Hub. So we'll log into Unity Hub, and we should be able to grab the license there. So yeah, that's fine. Why are you grumpy? Oh, because I don't need to put that in. Okay, so everything's scuffed and decided to make me look like an idiot today. Well, it's because the school computers are jank.
Yeah.
So I'm going to skip the download part. Download it, install it. You know how to install software. Open up Unity Hub once you've got that. Like I said, then we'll sign in. We're going to sign in with Aiden's account that we just logged into. It should auto log in, actually. Let's hope it did. And then from here, you can install the software. So I don't know why it's choosing that version. I guess it's. Is it the latest long-term support? Interesting, because they installed 2023 for us. But we can install this one at least for now, right? So it pops up, grab the long-term support one. You want that LTS, it's good. Looks like we got lots of space on this computer, so let's go ahead and install that. Agree. Let's go, oh, I clicked the wrong button, oopsie. Maybe later. Right here, we've got managed licenses. So right now it's on personal. Let's add that student one here. So in our email, we should have gotten a key. So if we look here, you've been assigned, this is our key. Please don't steal our key. Activate key, boop, activate license. Look at that, we've got the educational license for the next year. And it's just that easy to get Unity license. Nothing crazy. You download Hub, you add the key, install the software. We just logged in using our student email. You can try and log in with something else. You don't really need it though. Like I said, Unity is free, it doesn't care. Yeah, no, exactly. You don't need it. The core benefit of this is that you can do a bunch of extra things with it. We won't even be using the Unity student license parts for this. I just wanted to show you that you had access to it as a student. So Unity's going. Like I said, it's downloading, well, in theory, it's downloading in the back. Our computers won't let us download it, but we've already got it installed, so that's fine. Let's see if we can locate it. Lovely. So they gave us Unity Hub, but it doesn't actually connect to the Unity license they installed, so that's funny. Your computers are probably a lot less annoying than these. I'm sorry for how jank TRU's computers like to be. Okay, now I can see it. Lovely, thank you. But we're here. We've got the student licenses set up still. So this one was shared to me by Jordy. This is Adobe Substance 3D. Thank you. What's the deal with this, Jordy? What's Substance 3D for? Unity's your editor. GitHub is your source for a billion different pieces of software, as well as, if you want to, you can back up your software there. Did you unmute it?
Oh, did I?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, I'm good.
All
right, so Substance Painter is basically a program that you can use to texture your models and just basically bring life to them. You can think of it basically as the analog to just like if you were to get a miniature that you just use paint to paint it. Substance Painter is like that, but 1,000 times smarter and just looks so much better once you can actually get it done.
This is what you did for our game jam, right?
Yeah, so usually I'll just start off with something in Blender, and then you export it to Substance Painter, and yeah, it becomes amazing. They also have a whole bunch of other really great softwares like Substance Designer, which you can use to make your own materials, and Substance Sampler.
If we go into here, if we go to the games jams here, I wonder if we can find a quick image here just to show people. If this, oh my God, why is that not loading anything? Lovely, thanks Discord. All right, I forgot to share the Unity link. Student, let me put that in the chat there for everyone. It's in the Discord as well. There's the Unity student one. But yeah, like Jordy said here, Substance is a great way to get like high detailed renders on, like, because it's just the render on top, right?
Yeah.
Yes. It makes it look really nice. They've got lots of examples here, and it's free. You were saying that, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's create another account. We'll use Aiden's email again.
But like the GitHub, you'll need to upload some amount of ID. But I don't know if they actually check it, so you can just upload a blank file, and it might work, might not.
Try it. We'll see. We'll do it as a group. We'll try and see if it checks in as a group. All right, create an account. Boom. Oh, I guess we need a password. We want to create an account. Sign up with an email. Perfect. Let's make a password here. How many characters can I add until it's happy? Fine. I don't like you very much, software. Cool. Perfect. You're going to have to recover all these later. Lovely. We're just corrupting Aiden's student email.
Aiden is now a 33-year-old.
Adobe doesn't match the site doesn't match the location. Yeah, we went Canada, English, thank you. Yeah, perfect. Welcome back, Aiden, thank you. So right here, you can submit it here. So grab your Adobe ID.
Which is just your email.
Is it just your email, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. There we go, there's his email. So you should be able to just paste that in here, set your location. So this is basically specifically for Substrate, or is this gonna be for a bunch of things for Substance?
The whole Substance suite.
Cool. So we put a TRU email in, so I wonder if it'll skip the verification step here. Please check your email. Lovely, will do. Waiting for it. Hey, look at that. Thanks you. Product code, thank you. Click that link, thank you. As long as you, oh my God.
Oh no. They've upgraded it since.
We'll see. What did I just put? What did I, there we go, perfect, thanks. Yeah, that's great. Student, continue. Yeah, nope, wrong one. We want your email this time. Where's your email? Okay, I'm just gonna, there we go, thank you. Confirm. Nobody steals identity. You can't with just this information, but that's okay. Yeah. Didn't you? Oh my God, stop. Okay, in theory, you can get Substrate here. We're not using it for this tutorials today. Go through the process, get Substrate. It's a great way to paint your stuff and make it look pretty. I would show you, but for some reason, oh, here we go, okay. Let's see if I can find an image. Do you think we posted in there at all?
Maybe.
Work in progress, maybe? Let's see here. Scroll. Nope.
I think I have some stuff in, if you go in art.
Art. So I want to show you guys what you can do with this. Showcase?
Yeah, scroll up. So.
Oh, we love Midjourney. We don't.
Love AI art.
AI art is technically bad. Don't use AI art for your final project. It's okay. It's kind of okay for like a scuffed workup, but don't use it for your finals.
Yeah. Let's just
Look at this man knowing how to use Google search. Color me, Discord searching. I'm LaShook.
So, this one. Yeah, so this guy over here, I just made him in Substance.
You did that with Substance?
Yeah, it was.
There you go. Look how good you can do with
all the
Substance. Look at that
detail
texture.
just added.
Lovely. Look how nice that is. So that's what Substance is for. We're going to close this and skip. You can also use your student email to get a student discount on Adobe. It's pretty good. It's what, 20 bucks? You can also use your student discount to get it Amazon cheaper as well. There's a bunch of things. Next up on the docket here, there's Blender. This will be useful for tomorrow. You don't need a student license for Blender. It's already basically the student version of Maya anyways. Maya exists, but they charge you like $400 a month or something stupid. I don't know how much it is, but it's absurd because it's like commercial quality all the time.
And honestly, if you're learning 3D for the first time, I would just start off with Blender anyways, because the amount of resources online that are available for free are just way more than Maya, and they're super high quality. It's a great program for learning 3D.
Lovely. The last thing here, so if you get your GitHub student to work, that's great. If not, you can actually go directly through JetBrains. They're the people who make Rider. You can do it all through in here. Functionally the same as the other stuff there. Literally just, you know. That's wrong. Everyone's going to know your name after this, buddy. That's all they're going to know because I lied and said you were 33 years old. Lovely. Look at that. I wonder if the JetBrains one is just easier to do directly through JetBrains rather than through GitHub Student, because that was really quick. One step away, what do I need to do? Scroll.
Make sure to read all of them.
Yeah.
No. Link it to an existing. No, let's make a new one.
Just really fast at reading.
Boo, 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 boo. Lovely. Cool, that's your login now. Yeah, look how fancy that was. Am I gonna forget all these passwords? Absolutely. You're gonna have to like recover all of these. How dare? How dare?
Just say it was good.
If I actually checked it, I guess, afterwards. Okay, let's do. Ooh. How dare you? If I put another one, there we go, perfect. I don't even know if those matched. Oh, Aiden, you've done this already. Huh, look at that. Oh wait, nope, it just finished it here. Please link your free to an existing one. Thank you for choosing that. Look how quick that was. It's already done, I guess. Lovely. All right, so, and then with your JetBrains here, this is where you can download all the software, right? So for this one, we're gonna be using Rider. But if you ever start coding in Python, PyCharm's really good. WebStorm's good for web development. PHP is here. IntelliJ is what I would use for Java. And then they've got C-Line for C and C#, I think. They got lots of different software. I'm pretty sure Android Studio is made by them. Let me double check that here. But I feel like that's true. I think it's part of their studio suite.
Built on JetBrains.
Yeah, see, I'm not crazy. Look at that. It's made by JetBrains. I was right. Haha. And Android Studio is literally like the default software for creating stuff in Android. So pretty cool that they made that. Yeah, so as far as what you do with that license, download Rider. I guess I could have left that link, that history page open there. This one? Yeah, that one. Lovely. Yeah, so we want to use Rider. There you go. So you can do a free 30-day trial or use the student license. So even for this workshop, if you don't do the student license because you don't have access to that because you're not actually a student, you can just click download here, and that'll work fine. Yeah, just click download. Boom, boom, boom. Look at the downloading there. I'm going to cancel that because my system doesn't let me install anything because I'm on a school computer. But you know, download it, install it. Again, the software install is not too complicated. Let me give you a couple minutes to finish installing that software. What else should I do at this exact second here? I guess I can. So we've got Rider. There's Rider here. Boop, boop, boop. Let me do some setup on that bad boy. I'll do dark. We want Rider. Lovely. Next. Key map. So you can set it to sort of having a similar key map to Visual Studio, which is what I'll do. Fine with me. And I'm just going to skip all that. I don't think I need any of this, so we're going to skip that too. Lovely, lovely. Sure. Log into your JetBrains account. So this is the part where you'd want to have that account set up, even with the free trial would be at least a start. I'll just log in with mine, yeah, that's fine. Sure, that's fine. Oh my God, TRU, please no. Fine, don't allow it, I guess. Okay, we're fine, yeah, we're okay. Looks like my subscription's good for a bit here still. So, I can activate that, continue. Look at JetBrains working. I don't need this open right now, but you can leave it open if you want to. And then we'll open up Unity here. I guess I probably want, I've got Unity Hub here, so we'll use that. So Unity Hub's pretty cool. You've got your installs here. You can add more installs as you want. There's a learning section here. There's recommended, there's downloaded, nothing too crazy there. You've got the community page here. And then you have projects. So the last part of setting up your software, weirdly enough, requires you to make a project. So I'm going to just do that really quickly here. We'll do just 2D core here. Give it a quick name. We'll call it, quick teaser for the next lecture. We'll call it Flappy Bird. We'll create it now. Nothing too crazy. You doing okay, bud?
You know, it's just like school.
Yeah? And then once I've shown you the last step of setting up your software, we'll take a quick break. We got through it a little faster than I expected because I can't actually install the software on this computer, but you have the next half an hour to wait for downloads to finish and installs to go through. That stuff's not very complicated. It's just all the licensing stuff's a little silly. Yeah. Gosh, Unity, why does your project manager take so long to create projects?
Yeah, it does take a long time.
It's so slow. I imagine other ones are slower too, right? Like, I imagine Unreal takes like 5 hours to build. I've never used Unreal in my life though. It's just too much for me. Any questions from the chat there, Aiden? No? No? Lovely. Also, starting my day off with a coffee really means I need that break. Please do things faster. What's up? Yeah, so overall for the whole event, you'll need Unity, Rider, and Blender. Rider is a JetBrains software. We went through that as well there. You can use a 30-day trial though. Yeah. You don't actually need to make the student license if you're not a student. If you're a student, then you can do that, but you don't need to. Unless this workshop takes you more than 30 days, which it shouldn't. We only have the room for 5. And I have to get back to work on Saturday. What else can we do while this does this? Let's see. Why don't we look for student licenses together? If anyone has any student licenses they want to shout out, that's great too. Let's see, there's the JetBrains one I was telling you about. Apparently Autodesk does have a student license. I've never used it. Let's see what else we got. There's the JetBrains one, there's Unity. Look how nice that is. Ooh, one thing I might as well show you right now actually is Unity has another thing that's really cool with the student license here. So not only do you get the training stuff here, you also get this free asset pack actually. So in here, who am I logged in as? No one? Perfect. So Cinti is one of my favorite people for models. They're really, really, really good, and I like them a lot. So we can see that we're logged in as Aiden right now. Right now, in the student pack, if you have a student, they'll give you the educational bundle for free, which is awesome. So you get City, Prototype, Knights, and Adventure. They're these really nice, like, low poly ones. I keep buying all the time on them because I'm like, ooh, that's cool. Ooh, that's cool. Ooh, that's cool. Let's see here. Where's our coupon? Go back. Get your free Cinti bundle. What does it say to do? How do I get my free one? Either way, in here, if you set up your student one, you should be able to do that. Let's figure that out while we wait for the other stuff to open. How to get it. Get your free bundle. You should have a free coupon. Let's see, is there a coupon in your email there for Unity student? Oh, here it is. Yeah, right here. Look at that. Haha. Don't steal Aiden's coupon, guys. Hey. I don't want to actually go through this, but just literally put the coupon in right here. Boop. Apply. Should zero out this once you fill the rest in. Click pay now. It'll be zero. I don't want to put in a bunch of credit card information or whatever else I need to do on stream, so I'm not doing that. But on my personal account, I have actually redeemed that already. So why don't I log out of Aiden's now? I'll log into mine. I just said log out. Please stop not listening to me. Unity website, that'd be great. Sign out. And I would like to line in on mine. Use another account. Thank you. Thank you. Posh my gosh, Unity. Why you gotta be so stubborn? Ooh. And it's kind of relevant right now for our workshop that we're doing here in about 24 minutes. There we go. Yeah, so for our workshop, we're doing about 24 minutes. We will be making a 2D game. And one of the places, if you plan on downloading something bigger, you can do is the Unity asset store here. You can go in here, click 2D. You can click, I believe there's a section here on pricing. You can click free. We're going to be making a clone of Flappy Bird, so you can go in here and you can steal whatever assets you, not steal, you can download whatever ones of these you want. Just put them on your account, and then when you log into Unity here, you should be able to go to asset store here. That one's closed now. They actually took it out of there. It just opened this. But if you go to My Assets, I believe, in here, it'll do a search of your library. Am I logged in as Aiden still? I should log out of Aiden's. I am logged in as Aiden still. Let me close this project. Actually, you know what, in a second, actually. I'm gonna show you the last step here, and then when we come back, I'll be logged in on mine. Because the last step of setting up your computer here is making sure that you have your Unity and your writer linked. So I'll show you that part for last here. I'll even leave it on screen here while we take a break. So you go to Edit, I believe, Preferences, wherever the heck that is. Where's Preferences? Where are you hiding now? Oh my God, what is happening with this screen? Ugh, that's the wrong one. Does this screen have a weird zoom on it? Is that the problem?
Yeah, I see that.
What are the settings on this?
Yeah.
Ew, stop that.
Why is that recommended on a
That's disgusting. How dare. I guess it's because it's on a projector as well, but ew. Thank you. Edit, Preferences. In Preferences here, you can, I believe you could type just IDE. No. Editor? There it is. So if you type external script editor here, Visual Studio's the default here, just set it to writer. Just like that. So I'll open that back up for you again. That's Preferences. Type in Edit and set it to writer. Perfect. I'll leave that on screen here. Aiden, I'm going to take a quick second break here. If you want to leave it on the screen for a little longer, cool. I'm going to mute this mic and take it off. Back in 20. All right. So just make sure you got Unity set up there. And then like I was saying here, so for our next step here, you are going to want some sort of set of assets. You can download them directly from the Unity Asset Store, which is actually one of the nicest things about Unity. Like I said, just click free. You can see them all here. The other place that we talked about, I'll give you a little sneak peek here, just so if you wanted to, you can explore it a little early, is Kenny Assets here. I'll go back to Discord here. I'll open it back up. Oh, okay, lock me out? That's fine. We're not going to deal with that then. But kenny.nl/assets. These are all a bunch of Creative Commons free license assets. So if you go here, take a scroll. We're going to be making Flappy Bird, but you can do a bunch of different things with it. So the other day, I made some guy traveling through minecarts. And Aiden, what did you do for yours, just for fun? Just make a ball. Just a ball? Yeah. There's a bunch of different options, though. Like if you're feeling silly, you could do like a ship flying through some planets or whatever. Essentially, though, something's going to be going up and down on the screen. Well, things come this way, and you dodge them. It's Flappy Bird, not too complicated. But take a look here. Go to the 2D section, and then grab whatever you can. All right, I'm going to take this off now. We'll be back in 13 minutes. I'm gonna wanna die. All right, let me know when. Okay, hi, welcome back. We are now doing basics of Unity. I, for some reason, just like to talk a lot, apparently. So I'm just going, nonstop. Let's see how it goes, though. So I want to preface this with I'm a student, so I'm a student, and I have a job, and I am too busy and not getting paid. So I did not preface enough time to make a tutorial from scratch, but also why fix what isn't broken. Basically, Game Maker's Toolkit, I'm surprised that door opened. Game Maker's Toolkit makes my favorite tutorial anyways. It's like 48 minutes long. The only problem with it is you have to stop, start, stop, pause, pause, go, pause, go, pause, go over and over again and go back a bunch. So we're gonna basically take that 48-minute tutorial. We're gonna work through it together. If you want to, go look it up. It's Game Maker's Toolkit, Unity tutorial for complete beginners. And then what we'll do is we'll add on top of it, right? So it's not gonna be completely derivative, we'll add on top. I'll show you guys how to add a few more things, basically whatever suggestions come in that we wanna add to it. And then we'll work through it. So the first thing we wanna do here is we're gonna be making Flappy Bird. You know, the game where the guy moves up and down on the screen, things move left and right around him, and it sort of looks like it's moving when he's actually not. So first thing we wanna do is we wanna pick our stuff, right? So I'm thinking I'm gonna do a space one here, so I'm gonna go into kenny.nl/assets, and I'm gonna grab this one. We're gonna continue without donating. Thank you, bye-bye. So I'm downloading some planets here, and then I need some ships, because I'm gonna make the planets come in. I want a chair, because standing is going to kill me.
Oh, I get one from RPG, that one's us.
Okay, can this chair go up? No? Aiden, you might need to rework that camera in a second here.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, there we go. Let's see if I can get the desk lower. Nope, that's up. I want down. There we go. Can the camera see me still?
Yep.
Lovely. I'm sitting down for this because I don't want to stand for 6 hours. All right, so I've got that. I like the micro roguelike. That's really cute, but it's not relevant to what we're doing. Let's grab simple space as well here. Continue. And you can donate to Kenny as well here. He makes good stuff. Then I need, see if there's any more space ones. Some particles. No, we don't need that right now. Nah. I really want the particles for some reason, but I don't need them. I just keep going, ooh, the word particles. Let's download this one. Apparently I'm downloading a bunch. I don't know why I'm doing so many. But mine's gonna be a spaceship flying through space for context. Because that's what I've arbitrarily decided. Ooh, some alien UFOs, let's grab those, sure. I'm just gonna keep grabbing packs until I'm bored. All right, let's see here. Come on, where's the actual base space one? Because, you know, the other one was space expansion, so where's space? Ooh, look at this little UI pack for space. Lovely, give me that too. Thank you, Kenny. Everyone say thank you to Kenny. Let's download these fonts too, why not? Okay, where is, ooh, some base UI pack? Heck yeah, let's take that too. Thanks, bud. Hey, there's Space Shooter Redux. That's perfect. So I think that's probably enough packs. Yeah, that's enough packs. And like I said here, if you want to, the Unity Asset Store also has a ton of really good packs as well. Lots of good free stuff here. I'm not sure what's really relevant for what we're trying to do here, but they do have this nice skybox that's pretty cool. So that's really good for you guys. If you are doing one where you're flying through sky, I'm gonna take this Starfield skybox because that looks pretty cool. Let's see what that looks like here. That's pretty cool. Might be a little 3D, so it might look a little silly with my game, but let's experiment with that too, so I can show you how to do that. So now that I've added it to my assets, let's double check that I've done that. Oh, why did it add it to Aiden's? Don't add it to Aiden's, add it to mine, you silly goose. It's gonna auto, okay. Log into mine, please, thank you. Space, skybox. Let's find. Free assets. Where's the free space one? Let's go ahead and we'll just, was it, okay, where's the one that we saw just now? It's gone now. Well, we'll do this one here, Starfield Skybox, I think. Maybe that was the one. We'll add it to my assets, right? So you accept it, once you logged in. So now what you can do is when you're in Unity here, so this is how you add assets to your Skybox. Go to Window, My Assets, sign in. Oh, did I break Unity? I might have forgot to fix it once I logged out of Aiden's. Log in on mine. It should auto log in on mine as well here. There we go, cool. And then look at this, there it is. So once you go to the My Assets, there's a list of all the packages. As you can see, I've got about 111 packages in here. One place you can also go if you're feeling a little silly sometimes, if you go to Humble Bundle, you can often find good collections of assets here on the cheap too, right? So if you go down to the bottom here, so there's software and stuff. A lot of the times, like if we were using Unreal, they have an Unreal Mega Patch here and an Essentials here. They also got some sound stuff too, so there's like a ton in the way of stuff. So we'll close all these, we don't need them open. Yeah, close that too. Lovely, we'll go back to just that. All right, so let me go back. So there's my Skybox, let's click download on that one. Shouldn't take too long, it's a pretty small one. While that's downloading, why don't I go to the next step here? So in the downloads folder here, I've got all of this. Let's delete this basic one here because I don't need that. But let's extract all of these. And let's hope for the best they actually work. Sometimes you can only extract one at a time. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, probably only did one at a time. That's fine. We'll do it manually. Sag. Extract, enter. Just extracting a bunch. Tomorrow we should look at having background music so you guys don't have to listen to me. What's the term for people who ramble to try and fill space? There's a term for it, I just can't remember what it is. Got to extract all the assets, all the assets. I'm humming Indiana Jones, because I don't know what to do with myself when it's too quiet. Ba, 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 na, la. Extract, extract, extract. Let's go back to Unity, see how that one's going. So there it is. Once you've got it downloaded, you can import it into your project. They should give you a pop-up here that'll ask you like what sections you want to install, see? I'm going to just go ahead and install the whole screen. Why not? I don't know if I'll use it, but we'll install it anyways, doesn't hurt. I've got a ton of weird little extensions in here as well, but I'm not using any of them because that's gonna get hella confusing. All right, let's get back to here and we'll finish extracting these. And if you want to, by the way, you can donate money to Kenny, which is a good thing to do, or you can buy the, I think it's whole collection for like a decent, cheap price, which is pretty cool. All right. There's all my things. So let me quickly work through what Unity looks like here. So quick basics here. Why don't we start with this? So we're going to make Flappy Bird. Previously, I've made a couple variants of this. Let me show you Diggy Worm. So I was having fun with it. So if you look here, I made a version of Flappy Bird that's just a worm. Let me download it here just so I can show you it too, because it's kind of silly. And this is essentially what you're going to be able to have done by the end of this project. I called it worm time in the project and then Diggy Worm on the website for some reason. I don't know. I was messing around. All right, so let me show you what we're making. All right, perfect. This is essentially what we're making. It's just Flappy Bird. Mine has some background sound that I added in, and then I've also I did have like an earthy crunch noise before, but it got too much. One of the cool things that we're gonna be able to do here is you're gonna be able to spawn projects and expire projects after certain times, as well as a few other things. So the worm's body in this case is just a bunch of spawning circles. Like it's just a separate object spawning over and over again, trying to give the illusion that the worm is. It's actually the same for the dirt trail behind him, where it's literally just spawning brown circles over and over again, and those ones just expire later than the body. But it kind of looks like a worm digging through the earth moving, right? Hopefully. Ignore the logic that this worm is constantly falling down, like going deeper into the earth for no reason. I wanted something silly, and I did. My favorite part of this is, you'll see it in a second here once I die. There's no point just killing myself right now though, just because I'm trying to show you this. Do you like my Minecraft Earth though? The background? I simulated after Minecraft because I was feeling lazy. I think I made it in Paint. As far as if you want to, instead of downloading assets, you can make your own. There's a version of Sprite, which is like a really good pixel art software that you could download off GitHub, actually, if you know how to set it up and without paying for it. There's also a bunch of free ones online and stuff like that too. You can technically do pixel art in Paint if you set the canvas size low enough and you pen to 1 pixel. You can do pixel art in there, which is actually how I did this. I just used the spray paint tool on the background just to give us some scatter plot. Oh, hey, I made it. Go me. Oh. So I didn't actually finish this completely, and you'll see that in a second here. Let me show you the thing here. Because, yeah, I added a few things I thought would be fun. But there's also a certain point where fail state's bound to occur. Oh, there we go. We made it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I've added a play again button. I've added the exit button. But if we let this go for a few seconds here, because I tried to make difficulty increase over time, you can see here that it functionally gets impossible. I think most of this is okay. Right there, you're dead. You're not playing anymore, you're done. And then, as you can see here, there's a certain point where it just becomes a wall of roots because the spawn rate gets too high. You're dead, right there, you're dead. There's a max score to that game. Yeah, the 72-hour Diggy Worm stream. All right, but yeah, that's what you're gonna essentially be able to make. And we can troubleshoot a few things that I didn't, right? So let's work through the basics here though. So I guess the first question is, do you guys have any spots where you guys like to get free assets from? Obviously, if you're okay with it being kind of wrong morally, you could use like Midjourney to do it. Like if you wanted to use AI to generate assets, you could. I wouldn't recommend it for a final project, but for something like learning, it's probably okay. Obviously, you can look online for free art, but does anyone have like a specific spot that they go to for stuff? Jordy, where do you usually get assets from? Open Game Art? What is that? Is that a site? This one? Yeah. Okay, so Jordy says he gets some art from here. So there's another site for you all if you wanted to. And then actually, I was going to mention this as well, is itch.io actually has the option where if you go into game assets here, you should be able to click free. And then here you can also click 2D, and then like you've got the selection in itch.io as well. And it's a pretty good library too. Itch.io is really cool. Some free asset packs and stuff like that too, right? So there's a ton of free stuff out there, so you don't even have to spend money if you don't want to, which is lovely, because some people are really cheap, like me most of the time, unless I impulse buy random nonsense. But let's keep going from there. So download your assets. Hopefully you've done that already. We've been talking for 15 minutes, and I told you guys earlier to do that, so we'll keep going from here. We've got Unity open. You created a project, right? So boom, create a project, set it to 2D, lovely. Then we went to edited, we went to preferences, we went to edit in external tools here. Set your editor to writer. Go ahead and close that. So and now we'll go through the basics here. So we're going to go through Unity's UI, right? So you've got 4 sections of the UI here that you can see. I'm going to shrink some things down and adjust the size of things because they don't need to all be the same size. I like the middle section being a little bit bigger because that's important. We'll move this up a little bit. So this is the project panel down at the bottom here. Behind that is the console. In the project panel here, you've got a bunch of stuff, right? So you've got the packages that came with the project we built, and then you've got the assets. The assets is what's mostly relevant. When I imported that folder from the store here, it added in a bunch of stuff to here too, right? So we got the skybox here. That's really what we want anyways, and a bunch of stuff in the demo. But there's asset folders, right? And what we can do is we can create folders in here too. Just create, right-click, create folder. We're gonna probably just create one that says sprites, because we're gonna use that later. But in the project folder, you can create things pretty basically, right? Then we've got the hierarchy panel. This is the list of all the objects in the scene on the left here. Right now, the only object in the screen is the camera. which is fine, because that's the point. And you can see what the camera's seeing here, right? So right now it's just showing a blue background. I can change the background too if I want to. We're going to set to black because I plan on doing space anyway, so just quickly set that to black, nothing too crazy. And you can change things as well on there. You can do a bunch of different things. You can add a skybox like we're going to in the future as well. That's the hierarchy. Obviously over here where I've changed the color, this is the inspector. So the inspector here is the inspector is going to show you all of the object's features, right? So say in the hierarchy here, I want to create a new object, right? So we're going to create an empty. And the way Unity works is pretty much every single thing that's in your game is an object. So we've got a game object here. Are you going to turn off the light? Yeah. That's fair. That way you can see the better. Okay, so this game object here, you can see it's empty. It's a completely empty game object right now. The only thing it's got going on here is, how's the video look still? Good? Yeah, sweet. It's only got a location. Right now, this game object literally just has a location, nothing else. It's got a scale, a rotation, and a location. So we can move it, see? But it doesn't have anything attached to it. So it's literally just nothing at a spot in time, which is funny. It's just an invisible container. You can add things to it, right? So each game object is essentially a container. You add things to it, right? So the main camera, that's the name of the container. It has a location as well. It's about 10 on the z-axis away. So even though this is a 2D game and it still exists in a 3D space, everything in Unity is always technically a 3D space, even if it's locked to a 2D perspective. This has a location, and it has the camera object, and it's got an audio listener. The audio listener is going to be useful later when we decide how we want to do some sounds. Your camera is what essentially is the viewer, right? So by having the audio listener there, you can hear things. If you disable the audio listener, then it's silent, no matter what's going on. In the game object here, why don't we go here, go to game object, right? Why don't we add a component? So right now, it's a whole lot of nothing. And we kind of need it to be something. So the first thing we want to do is let's make a renderer so we can see it, right? So we add a sprite renderer to this game object. And let's rename it. Let's call this, I'm going to rename mine to spaceship. You can rename yours to whatever your player object is. I'm going to go into the sprite folder I made. And I'm going to go into some of these folders here. And I'm going to see which one I want to be which. Why don't I start by just dragging and dropping all of these? Probably not the UI one. Technically, they're sprites as well. I'll probably just drag and drop everything but the font into here. And you can drag and drop the full extracted folders. That was probably a mistake, though, because now my thing is going to freeze for the next 5 minutes. So don't do what I just did. Go in, make subfolders, and then extract the parts you actually need. We're going to see how long it takes for my computer to come back to me, though, because I was a doofus. I forgot that the Kenny assets have like 4 versions of each thing in them. If you go into here, you can see that there's the parts section here, which are noises and stuff, but there's also just the planets. You don't need to do what I did there. In fact, I'm actually going to go ahead and delete these, because that was a silly thing to do, and I really don't want my project being gargantuan, especially if you ever plan on sharing the base project with people. So let's create a folder here. Let's call this one planets. Boom. We're going to take these 9 planets here. Let's take a quick look at them and see what we got downloaded here. So we've got some planets here. Look at these planets. They're definitely planety. Lovely. Drag and drop them in. And it's nice. It's literally just drag and drop for the file manager here. Come on. Yeah. Lovely. Planets. Please don't double drag and drop. Might have. We'll deal with that in a second here. Cool. We'll go back to that later. And let's just keep going here. So we've got the planets. We've got some simple space here. So like I said, they usually add a whole bunch. There's like a sprite sheet. There's PNGs, tile sheets, a whole bunch of options. I'm going to start with PNGs, but I might come back later. And we're just going to grab the default ones as well here. So let's go create folder, simple space. That's what he called it. So that's what we'll call it, because I don't want to break it down too much. I'll drag and drop the whole thing. It shouldn't be too bad, hopefully. Just a bunch of PNGs. It's like 48 of them, but it's not that much. PNGs are not the largest thing that you can have in your game. Hell, any 3D model is probably bigger than most PNGs folders could be. Sprite times 2, what is that about? I don't know. Okay, cool. So these should just be sprites. So what I'll do with this one here, did that not move? How weird. Bring me my folder. Simple space, PNGs, default, drag and drop. Thank you. I don't really like that actual pack, so we're going to delete it right now. I don't like the look of it. We don't need it. Simple space looks silly. Sometimes you can change things on a whim. Not a big deal. What do you call this? Space shooter extension? Sure. Rename. Just call it Space Shooter EX. Makes it sound sci-fi. Lovely. And I don't know how big this is going to be. We'll see if it was a mistake, but let's try that. Do your best to follow along. Make sure you find whatever asset packs you want. Hopefully, you're a little more organized than I am and a little less chaotic than I am, because I am being very silly about this. PNGs, perfect. And let's call this create folder space UI. Remember, with all the Kenny assets, I'm pretty sure you should also give him an acknowledgement. So in your game, if you make credits and actually release it, you should let him, shout him out. He made the stuff. It's only polite. Cool. Let's go next on this. Kenny fonts. We're going to exit this folder here, and we'll add the fonts directly here. Fonts. Lovely. There we go. We'll just add the fonts right there. Go back to sprites. Space Shooter Redux, sure. New folder, Space Shooter RE for Redux. I think I just opened Explore, gross. Ooh, there's so much stuff in here, I hate that. We'll just drag and drop the full folder in here. Hopefully that works. For some reason, I'm adding so much because he just had so many there. And I guess I just don't want to have to make a decision. But you don't need this much stuff for context. You can actually be consistent and actually make a decision for yourself if you want to. Yeah, how's that going for you? How's having every single thing you could download in?
So my chart is very asymmetric.
Have you added them all into your file as well?
Oh yeah, they're all, not all of them on the website, but 10 maybe.
Okay, and how's that going?
Well, I'm hoping to make most of it just with the player character.
You're just stacking things on the player character?
Yeah, most of it's just going to be the player character.
Oh, cool. Do you want me to show you how to add a bunch of sprite renderers to the same object?
Yes.
All right.
I just want to know how to make it all one thing.
Yeah. So this is a funny aside, but one of the guys here is going to be doing every single thing on one model here. So I don't know why. It's cursed, but I'll show you how to do it. Let me pick a good ship here. Yeah, these ships seem fine. I probably want to rotate it, but let's start with this ship. I like this ship here. There's my ship. Lovely. Obviously, one problem with that ship is it's not facing the direction it should be because of the fact that it's going to be moving this way technically. So
I want the truck to be facing the wrong way.
face it whatever you want. I don't care.
Maybe upside down.
Don't rotate there. Only rotate it on the X. So why is that weird? I'm not doing that weird. Okay, 90. Now, why are you being so weird? Rotate. Oh, am I rotating on the Z? You rotated on the Z. I'm silly. Sorry about that. Boom. All right, now it looks like it's going left to right. So what you want to do, if you want to stack things on your model but have it move with it, what you can do is you can create a child object. And let's rename this. I'm going to call it exhaust. Then I can add a sprite renderer to that. And I can look into my effects section here and look, a space effect. Looks like it's some sort of exhaust line. So what I can do is I can add that into my sprite renderer on the exhaust here. And then what I can do is I can rotate that 90 as well here. And because it's sort of like a parent there, you can move it as well here. So like 0, perfect.
When I paste it as a child, that means it's part of it.
Exactly, yeah. It'll stay attached to it, so. Boom. Now, whatever happens in my game, that exhaust line will stick to my model, right? So if I go back to the parent here, and I move this around, the child is attached to it, right? So if you wanted to do that, you could do that a billion times, just keep adding child after child after child after child, each with its own individual sprite renderer. But in my case, this is all I need. So the next step we want to do, so now we've got a sprite renderer attached to that guy, which is good, but he's not doing a lot. And you can alter things like I showed you here in the inspector panel. I rotated the model, I added things to it, I also adjusted it. You can see that I moved it, and it is moved in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just change this to 0.6 though, just so that I don't lose my mind off of how it's slightly weirder. One thing you can also see here is that, see this order and layer option here? My spaceship is on 0. Since I want the exhaust to be below it, what I can do is I can move my spaceship onto 1, and that's just going to pick it up over top of the other thing, right? Now if I want to, I can move this to 0.5, and now it's like partially inside it, right? But it's underneath it, underneath the layer, right? So you can set the layers there. Obviously the higher number is going to be the most forward in space, and that's on the sprite renderer layer. Pretty cool that way. What is next on the docket here? So they've got scale, they've got functionality. So one thing you don't want to do here is your spaceship here is going to be your core object. And if it's too small, what you can do is you can scale that up. But I prefer to leave my model as my default scale of 1, because that's the player character's most important thing in the scene. What you can do, if you want to, is you can look at your game here, and you can see it in this main camera here. My ship looks a little small. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to select my main camera here, and I'm going to move it a little closer. I believe if you set it, the size of it smaller, it sort of moves it a little closer, right? You're sort of scaling it down. So I'll set that to 4, and we'll just sort of see what that looks like here. Let's set the display to, let's say, full HD. And maybe that's a little big. We can change things as we go, though. In the main camera view, it looks okay, though. Here, let's set this to, oh, gosh, 1 times? Maybe it's a bit big, but we'll set it to 4 here. You know, let's set it to 4.5 just to be, 4.5, please. Lovely. There we go. So nice even middle ground here. It defaulted to 5, and maybe you want to leave it at 5. It's up to you. Whatever size your sprite came in at, you'll want to scale the rest of it around that, right? So we've got the sprite. We dragged and dropped it into the sprite renderer. Oh, let me get that. That's an alarm for waking up because I usually wake up at noon. So you've got that. We've dragged it into the screen. We've adjusted the camera size. And that's sort of how the main objects work, right? So like I said, you've got your objects, they have properties attached to them. They're essentially just buckets for you to attach things to, right? So I've put an object inside of an object, so it's like putting a bucket, a smaller bucket inside of a larger bucket. If you pick up the larger bucket, the smaller bucket's gonna move with it, right? And then I've attached things to it. Nothing crazy so far. It's literally just the sprite right now. But I mean, that's not bad by any means. If we wanted to, and save your project. Always save your project. It's really important to save your project. Right now, though, this doesn't do anything, right? So if I click play, it's not a very exciting game. So it'll build it here, and once it builds it, you're going to see that, yeah, so super exciting game. Nothing happens. It just sits there. There's no controls. There's nothing. So what we want to do next is we want to add some, functionality to the game. What we're going to start doing is we're going to start by adding in gravity, right? And with gravity, we want it to sort of, have functionality. So we'll go to the main ship here. We'll go to rigid body 2D, and we're just going to turn that on. And what that'll do is that'll apply gravity to it in the y-axis, right? So if I click play again now, it just falls. There's no way to keep it up, but in theory, we have gravity, and there's something happening in our game now, and that's a good start. What we also want to do, though, is we want to allow our object to have functionality with the environment, right? Right now, if we put something underneath it and that had a collider, our object would just fall through it. So in addition to a rigid body, what you're also going to want to do is you're going to want to add something called a collider. Depending on your shape of your object, you basically can add any collider you want, but you just make sure it's a collider 2D. You don't need a 3D one for this. Personally, what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to do, let's do a polygon collider, I guess, because mine's a little silly here. And then what we'll do is we'll add, I think it was smart enough to figure out what my collider should have been, but what we can do is we can just pull things in as we need to. So the main thing you want to remember is be generous with your collider. Like, there we go, look at that, lovely. You just want your collider to benefit the player more than anything else, right? So be forgiving. Just pull it in. You want it a little bit more inside the sprite than outside. Interesting, you can just add lines. It's cool. I've never used this collider before because I've never had such a weird shape for a thing. But just make sure it's on the inside of your sprite a little bit.
What's the one that is the hitbox?
It's the collider. Is your hitbox, yeah. Yes, in theory, you should, in fact, make it favor the player a little bit. So just sort of have it sitting inside of your sprite. Just a little bit. I'm going to not deal with these little sections here. There's no point. It's such like an insignificant margin. There we go. Lovely. So that's my collider there. And if I click on it, you can see it light up there. You can see the collider. Lovely. I've got a little collider here. And there's an is trigger button here, but we're going to actually make this a physical collider. So we don't want to click that. Is trigger will basically turn off the collider from like hitting things, but you can still use that collider to trigger events. In this case, we want to trigger collisions, not events, though. So go ahead and add a collider, whatever one works for your sprite. You don't have to do something silly like mine did. And there's many types. Like I said there, if you look at the collider here, you could just do a basic box, you could do a capsule, you could do a circle. There's a composite one, there's an edge one. I just did a polygon one so I could have a generic shape. I'm not really sure what the custom collider is good for, but the tile map one's really cool. But we're not going to be working with that today. But we've got our little ship here now. And like I said, if you make it slightly smaller, it just feels a little bit more fair from a gameplay perspective. Just a little forgiving, right? The next step is we need functionality in our game. Our game's not going to be very interactive unless you make it interactive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new folder called scripts. And that's where I'm going to store all my scripts. And our player character is going to need a script as well here. So if you want to, you can click script, new script, and you can name it. I'm going to name this spaceship script. Create it, move it to the correct folder. It should auto-assign it. And what you can do is you can minimize things. So like I don't need to see my sprite anymore. I don't need to see my rigid body. I don't need to see that. There you go, look at that. Boop. And you can see here that it did assign it. Keep this one open because we're going to be working on it quite a bit. And then click on spaceships here. This should open whatever IDE you've programmed. In our case, we wanted to have programmed Rider. So in theory, Rider should open for us. Make sure to trust it. It'll work better that way if you do. Lovely. And boom. It opened up our scripting software here. If you want to, you can do like a little half and half with your screen. We aren't going to be working with this asset panel much, like at all, but we can leave it open a little bit there. We can shrink the overall window here. We're not going to be going too crazy on code here, so it shouldn't be too bad, but it doesn't hurt to shrink it. Let's move this over here, just so we can see what we're doing at all times. Drag this down. Just shifting some stuff around. You don't need a ton of this middle panel here. It's not going to be crazy. So something like that should work well enough. And yeah, I think that's a nice little split there. So something like that. I'm going to give you all a second here, and I'm just going to go around the room here and just double check with everyone. So enjoy silence for about 5 seconds here. I think with that, everyone in person is caught up. I hope everyone online is good. Aiden, is everyone online good? Take a quick pause in here. So the next step is some coding. If you don't know how to code, that's okay. This is going to get real basic, real easy. Nothing too crazy here. Pretty basic, like literally just like the most complicated thing we're going to do is we're going to do some if-else statements, and besides that, you should be pretty good. Aiden, are we free to continue? Do you want to double check the chat? What's chat say? Does chat have any questions? No chat? We're good? Okay, so next step, we're going to code. Well, we need some interaction, right? So one thing to note is every time you create a script in here, there's a start and there's an update function created automatically. The start runs on the first frame. The update function runs on every single frame. So what we can do is we can start coding something, right? So what we can do is the first thing we want to, let's use an example here. Let's go with the name field here. So why don't I go on start, name equals, just to show you how this could work. And this is going to name it. We're going to call it rocket. I don't know. Boom. So name equals rocket. A single equal sign is an assignment. Name is the name of the thing. So if I save this, right? So if I go file save, and I reopen this, so it's reloading, it's rebuilding it, it's pulling that script in. If we click play here, in theory, as long as I use the right variable, you can see here on the top left that it's renamed it rocket. The moment we unstop, it defaults back to what it was. Your code only runs while the game is running. The moment you stop it is the moment it stops being the way it is. Aiden, is the audio working? Yeah. Yeah, I unmuted properly? Cool. But that's just a basic example, right? So one of the things we're going to want to do here is we're going to want to be able to affect variables that are a little bit more specific, right? So the next thing we want to do, so we've updated the name here. Let's see. We're going to want to actually have some functionality to it, right? So, yay, we can rename it. Great. Not super helpful. It'd be a little bit better if we did a little bit more, right? So, in the same way that you can modify things in the inspector panel, you can edit things in code through you can edit the properties that you can see here through code, right? So what we'll do is we can do is on update, we can go, let's do, how did we do this last time? Aiden, what was it? Position? What are we doing? Trying to fix the bird's location. So let's check here. Let me open it up here. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to be giving this bird some upwards propulsion.
Yeah, velocity.
Yes, we're going to use the velocity for it for sure. So we're going to go with, so to directly affect things that aren't literally just like the basic things, like the head of the object, you have to bring them in, right? So what we can do is we can go public, and we can go rigid body 2D, right? And we could call it my rigid body, or let's call it space body. And we'll use camel case for this, so let's call it ship body actually in my case, but call it whatever makes sense for yours, ship body. Then what we can do is we can save that, and by making it public, what we've done is we've allowed ourselves to assign it in Unity here, right? So you see how it says ship body here and it says no rigid body? You can just drag and drop it. A lot of Unity is built with this really nice drag and drop for assignment system that I'm a huge fan of, right? So we literally just named it public rigid body, ship body, and we just drag and drop the rigid body. Now, when we reference ship body in our code, it knows exactly what rigid body it should be affecting, right? So now, when we go in here, we go ship body, and we go dot velocity equals.
And equals.
Whoops. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a vector for this. Realistically, the vectors are going to be your x and your y, and it's just a combine, basically. So what we're going to do is we're going to go upward only, right? So what we can do is we can do vector dot up, and that's going to tell our ship to go up, right? One of the problems, though, is we need to set a speed, right? So you can hard code your speed. That's not how I would do it, though. What you can do is you can go another thing. You can do public again, right? And you can go, let's call it float. So a float is a number with a decimal point, right? So in code, in C#, yeah, you've got integers, which are whole numbers, and then you've got floats, which can be up to decimal points, right? So let's do a float, and let's call this ship speed. Let's camel case that just like before. Let's save it. Let's set the default to, let's say 5. And we can save it, right? And then if you look here, because we made it public, just like the other variables, you can change it. Because it's a number, though, you won't be assigning anything to it by dragging and dropping it. You can literally just change the number, though. What I'll do here is now is I'll go times vector up times ship speed. Save it. And now, instead of going into the code every time you want to modify it, as you're playtesting it, right? What we'll do is we'll literally just like, so it's just going up consistently because we haven't actually coded anything around it. But we can change that speed, right? If we wanted to go up slowly, we can set the speed to 1. What you can also do is you can set it like -1. And when you're in the play window, you can actually edit this as much as you want. It's not going to save. This is just really good for testing what speeds you like. So we can set that to 5, you can set it to 0, you can set it to -5, right? And you can just come up with a speed that you think is good. I'm going to start with 5, though. And you can customize that in that window. It's not going to stick, but you can come back out here and you can, set it, make it stick. Obviously, the default is 5, so if you just don't set this at all, I guess it does set to 5 here as well, but I believe it should set to the default in theory. Either way, oops, don't pause. You can customize this, right? Boop. Look, first gravity's still hitting it, so it's still falling down really slowly. It's very silly. But let's set this to 0, hard code there. Either way. So moving on from that, so you've got a ship speed, you've got a body, and you can apply force to that body, right? And by using the rigid body rather than just the transform, we've actually got a little bit of physics in there, right? So depending on the speed you're going down now, there'll be a bit of resistance. So there'll be a bit of like acceleration. It looks a little bit more natural rather than just hard coding ship body dot transform +5 or something like that, right? By using the rigid body and using velocity, it's got a little bit more physics to it, which is super good for when you want to like interact with objects. If you don't use physics, when you collide with things, things get really funky in not like a good way. The next step, though, is we need to do a bit more, right? So right now it's just going straight up. So what we can do is we can nest this in an if statement, right? If brackets input, right? So if the input, so something from the keyboard or mouse, so somewhere from the computer, we'll do get key down. And this isn't how I would usually code controls, but it works. And then you can do key code dot space. So now if the user clicks the space bar, then the ship goes up a little bit, right? And what we'll do is we'll nest that. So we'll take this functionality here and we'll hide it in there, right? Now, this part of code is locked in those brackets. It's only going to run if the user is actively clicking space. So click play. Oh, look at that. Look at that, we got movement. It's bouncing. It's doing little Flappy Bird things. Boop, 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 boop. Obviously, there's not a lot to interact with right now, but we've got motion. Gravity comes down, and you can customize other things too, right? Like if you go to your rigid body here, you can set the gravity. If you want it to fall faster, set it to 2. If you want it to be slower, you can set it to 0.5, right? So if I click pause, I set the gravity 0.5 here. You can click play. And you can see that my guy falls a lot slower now. Woof, woof. So if you wanted to do a game where you were like in space, I don't know, jumping over things, boom, lower gravity, love that. So we'll set that back to 1 though, just because I don't want to do that. So we've got a space key, bouncing, jumping, lovely, lovely, lovely. And we've got a ship speed that we can customize. So the next step is we need things to interact with, right? So funnily enough, that's our code. That's all we need for the player character in this game. Flappy Bird is click on screen, go up when you click. That's the full functionality. We don't need anything else for our player character, more, at least from a movement input system, right? So you can customize things using the ship speed and stuff like that. There's lots of options, right? Yeah, I'll leave this on screen here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go look and just double check with everyone else is doing okay. Just make sure your stuff looks like this. I'll be back. Continuing on, we've shown everyone how to do that. The next step is we need to spawn some stuff probably, right? Like, it jumps, we've got code, it bounces, it's in an if statement, so you know that works too. I guess the next section is, well, what is the next section? We need to, we need to spawn some objects, I think. That seems relevant. So there's a few ways to do this, but we're going to probably just do this the most basic way ever. So for mine, I hope the audio is working. I should check. I'm muted again, and I unmuted, so we're going to just double check that I can. You know what, I'm just going to stand up and check the thing in a second here. Let's see. Let's double check my audio is working. It's working. Lovely, lovely, lovely. My hair's in my mouth. Oh, I forgot my ponytail in the car, and I'm not going to know how to get it. Okay, so I want my guy to dodge. Long one. I want him to dodge planets. That makes sense. He's flying between some planets, so we got a lot of planets down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an empty. I'm going to call this planet. We're going to call it, we'll use the names that they've got. So planet 0, 0. We'll add a component. We'll add a sprite renderer. Nothing too crazy here. We're just doing what we did before. Boop. Oh god, it's huge. So obviously that size is a bit silly. And we'll set it to default here. But that scale's way too big. So why don't we set this to 0.5? Still too big, 0.25. We got a big ship. We got a big ship, it's going to dodge small planets. I think this is a good size, because if we have like 2 of them on screen here, right? If we duplicate this just to take a look here, that seems like a fairly reasonable space, right? So, boom. We've got planet 001. Let me create a new planet as well here. And we're going to keep doing the same here. We're going to add another sprite renderer. We're going to rename it. We'll call it planet 01. We'll set all this stuff to 0 here. Just set it to origin. We'll drag and drop there. Boom. And we said we were setting this to what, 0.25? Was that what it was? Oh, gotta lock your thing if you want your sprite to look good. 0.25? Yeah, 0.25 is what we wanted. And we'll set this back to 0 as well, origin, because that's where we want it. Later I'll add more planets for some variety here, and I'll show you how to code some customization. But for now, we're just going to spawn the planet as is. So we need to include some more functionality. So right now we've got some planets. Obviously, our planets they're sprites, right? So if we click play, they'll stay stationary. They don't have physics applied to them. There's nothing going on there. They just exist in the space. Looks nice though. Look at that little, I like the little ozone layer there. It's pretty. But it's not doing a lot. So we've got 2 planets. That's great. But we need to spawn planets. We want these to spawn frequently and stuff like that too, right? And when we do that, we also want to make sure that our planets here, we want to make sure that we can modify all of them at once, right? So I'm going to create a folder, and I'm going to call these prefabs, right? So these are prefabricated, that's the term. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these, I'll take the ship in there just for fun. But what I'm also going to do, more importantly, is I'm going to bring these planets in here. So we've got planet 0, planet 1, and they're in here now. What that means is that these are prefabs now. And there are prefabs in the instance as well. And essentially what that means is that I can delete them from here, and I can bring them back in. And when I bring them back in, they've got everything that I've done to them. And if I open them up directly, you'll see this blue background. That's how you know you're in the prefab. You can edit the prefab, and it affects all instances of that prefab, right? So pretty useful. You can go back into it too. And you can get there other ways as well, I believe. I believe if you click, easiest way is just click on that thing here. Boom, that'll pull you into the prefab. There you go, you can click this arrow as well, and that'll pull you into the prefab as well. Lovely. So we've got 2 prefabs now. And then what we need to do is we need to create a new empty object. And we're going to call this planet spawner. Boom. And this, luckily enough, doesn't need a visual. Because the spawner itself is just it's just a thing in space, right? And we'll pull it off screen here because we don't really want our planets spawning on screen. Because that would be very silly if things just popped up in the middle of the player's perspective. So don't do that. Just find a nice number here. I'm going to set mine to 10. And with that, we will get to the next part here. So the spawner functionally doesn't need a lot to it. It just needs code. So what we'll do is we'll start a script here, new script, and we'll call it spawner script. We'll call it enter. That'll create the script here. I'm going to move that to my script folder because I like my stuff a little organized. Just a little. Boop, there we go. And then, again, you can open the script by clicking up here. You can go in the folder. I'm going to click here. There's my spawner script. And my spawner script is going to create objects. The first thing we want to do, though, is we want to make sure that we know what objects to create. So what we'll do is I'm going to do a public. I'm going to do game object. And we're going to call it planet 0, 0. Then we'll do another one, public game object, planet 0, 1. And if you don't understand what these means, so game object is an object type in Unity, and that's literally the whole object, right? So that's with it, all its attributes and everything that way. It's just like a master umbrella-based term for it. Public means that anything can access it, and then we're just naming it, right? So now if I click save, and I look at the spawner script here, it should have 2 slots. Look at that. Look at our little slots there. Perfect. Now if I go to my prefabs here, and I click back on the thing, I should be able to drag and drop these. And now what it can do is it has access to those prefabs. So on update here, what I can do is I can say every frame, let's go instantiate. That's the term for creating it. And we'll go planet 0, 0, instantiate planet 0, 1. I'm going to save that. Now if I click play, in theory, it's just going to, should just spawn 1 billion planets. One flaw here though, is if I go to the game here and you can't see it, but it spawned 1 billion planets in that second there. But they don't move. They're just 1 billion planets off to the side. So let's stop that. Let's make sure that they're spawning. So right now they're spawning at origin. Not exactly what we want. We don't want it to spawn them at origin. We want to tell it where to spawn them. So what we can do is we can tell the game where to spawn it by using our spawner's location, right? So let's do that. The other thing we want to do is we want to give our planet some functionality. So let's go here. Let's do this first. Let's add a script here. And let's call it planet script. We'll use the same script for all our planets. The question being is, have I been naming my scripts with a capital at first? I have, lovely. So we'll go back here, add a script, new script, planet script. Lovely. We'll open that up. And in a similar thing with the other thing there, we want to add in a move speed. So public planet, we want a public float, planet speed. Lovely. And then what we can do is we can go pretty much the exact same as we did last time. We should just move it left. And there's a few ways to do this. You can use transform, dot position. But is that how we want to do it? Do we want to use transform dot position dot x, right? Do we want to just modify the x-axis like that? Or do we want to use a vector, right? So let's try that for now. Let's do transform. That's one of the default properties that this can affect. Dot x, or sorry, dot position, dot x. So specifically the x's position variable equals transform dot position dot x minus, because we want to move left, let's say planet speed. Close that. Why is this angry at me? Let's see, introduce variable. Why is this angry at us? Let's see here. What did we do wrong? Why are you mad at us? Let's see here. All right, so what we can do instead actually is instead of doing minus planet speed, why don't we do plus vector to vector 3 dot left, because we want it to move left along the screen, right? And then we'll times that by our speed. And then in theory, that should work. Now, why is it angry at us? I'm confused. Let's see here. So let's save this and see what happens first. It's probably going to get mad at us. Let's see. Property position accesses temporary value. What's up? That might be why. Let's see. Equals 5. Nope, that didn't fix it, but you're right. We should have a default speed in there for sure. So why are you confused? You should have access to transform without me doing anything special. One problem we're going to face either way, though, here is that this is going to be based off your frame rate. Right? So it says update is called once per frame. We don't exactly want our code to be based off of our frame rate. So what there is there's this thing called time.delta time. What we can do is we can set it to time.delta time. And essentially what that's going to do is that's going to hard code an actual time. Why are you so weird? My planet is being strange. Property position accesses a temporary value, cannot modify struct member while classes. Why are you being so silly? What's up?
Oh, lunch is scheduled for 12.
Okay, we'll take a break in 15 minutes, I guess, and then we'll run a little late. I'm just going to fix this part first here. Why are you being so strange, software? Transform.position equals transform.position. Oh, let me give it a that. Okay. Oh, you know what it is? I'm a silly goober who did something silly. Let's see if that fixed it. So it's just transform.position equals your current location plus the new vector. So let's see what happens if we go back into here and click play. In theory, there it is. Look at that. We've got infinite planets. It's spawning them every single second. Not what we want exactly, but it's doing something. So it's also spawning them in the wrong spot. So there's a few things we've got going on here with our spawner script, right? But at least we know our planets move. So what we can do is we've got planet 1 working. Let's make sure we get planet 2 working as well. So let's add that script. Let's go planet script. There it is. Just add that in there. And now in theory, both planets should move.
What's time-delta time? Like, what's the...
So time.delta time, like I said before, is designed specifically so that instead of running off your frame rate, it runs off actual seconds. Apparently in Dark Souls 2, one of the weapons durabilities was based off of time and not time.delta time. So if you ran it on a really good PC, your weapons broke faster. Which is why you use time.delta time, because it just helps with things like that. Which part? Time.delta time. It's literally just times at that. All right, so one thing you can see here is that we are still spawning at origin because our instantiate code literally just spawns it wherever it is, right? So what we can do, we got about 13 minutes here, and then we'll take a quick break. Hopefully everyone else is still on track here. You know what, one thing we should also do here, right now it's spawning infinitely. This will be the last step here. We should create a new prefab as well that sort of matches up what we want better. So very, very briefly here, let's set this both to 0 and 0. And then just modify the y-axis to what you think is a comfortable space. Personally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my max height sort of here. I'm going to drop another planet here. And I'm going to do the inverse, right? So we'll set that to 0 as well. We'll drag the y down as much as possible here. I think a nice -3 for both, or one's 3, one's -3. So that's a nice space there. And then what we can do is we can create a new object, and we'll call it planets, plural. Drag and drop both your ones into that one, so planet 0, 0 and planet 0, 0, 1, and then create a new prefab out of those. Because that way, when we switch to the spawner here, and we go to the spawner script here, delete that, and we'll just call this planets, plural. Boop. And I mean, like, you can do each thing individually, but it's going to be a lot more balanced if you use a default planets, right? And then I can save this, save all, and then click back over here. That should update. Oh, what's happening here? Oh, I missed a bracket, so it's mad at me. There we go, planets, file save, all. Click back over. This will update automatically. See how it says no game objects? We'll drag and drop the planets there. And then now if I click play, what it'll do is it'll spawn both planets. See? Both planets infinitely. Look at that. Lovely. And that's fine. Again, one issue though is obviously, like we've established, is it's spawning those planets in a really bad spot on that instantiate. So what you can do is you can customize it. So if you look here and I type in instantiate, you can see that there's a bunch of options here. So you can spawn just the object. You can spawn the object at a specific location. You can spawn it without using a Boolean. You can spawn a few different things here, right? What we could do to get a little bit more customization, we could spawn with a custom rotation. And maybe we will, just for fun. But for now, let's just spawn with a location. So if we set instantiate planets, and then we set comma, and we set transform dot position. In theory, I believe we need to set this to, let's set it to the spawner. I believe it's game object dot, We'll set this in a second here. So basically what we're trying to do is we're going to tell it to what to spawn and where to spawn it, right? So let's do that. So we've got our planets, and then we want transform.position, and then it shouldn't be a function. We don't need a function for this. Just transform.position. That'll tell it where. And then we want a rotation. And then we can do, I believe it's just transform.rotation. And then that'll work perfectly. So with that, when we save, and we move over here, that should start spawning them like that. Look at that. I don't know why why one of them is defaulting to the center of the screen. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, it's because I've got two statements here. Sorry about that. There you go. Now, it'll just spawn them where I put my spawner, right? It's still spawning them infinitely, and we'll probably fix that after we take an hour break here. But you can see that it is spawning a lot. Look at that. Look at all this lovely stuff. So we're going to take an hour break. We'll come back at 1:30. With that, I think we'll pause the stream. And when we come back, we will finish making the spawner spawn them sporadically. We'll spawn the location. We'll shift it up and down as we go as well. We will make it so we can collide with them. We could do some score, we'll do some UI. And then what we'll also make a point of doing is we'll take some time afterwards and also customize our script. So that we'll add a bunch of other things as well. We'll add a loading screen, we'll add some music, we'll add some sound effects to the game, we'll add the ability to close your game. I'm gonna add in a bunch of ways to use some randomization functions to spawn different sets of planets depending on just random time variables and stuff like that. But for now, we'll take a quick break here, and we'll see you all back at 1:30. Okay, so I'm just going to flick this on really quickly, just to let you guys all know what's going on. We are going to start again in another 2 minutes here. Sorry about the delay. Food took a little while, but we'll get right on track after this. If we need to, we can run into the next break a little bit. But either way, we are going to get started again in like 2 or 3 minutes here. Hello, hello, hello. Am I coming through nicely? Yeah. Beauty. So, we are getting back into it here. Last we left off, we had a spawner, but it spawned infinitely, and wasn't very smart. It just, it spawned stuff, they went left, spawned them infinitely. Weird little inconsistencies, but that's not a big deal. So, we need to make some changes here, obviously. And with those changes, we're going to add in some more features. Obviously, we don't want it spawning infinitely. So what we can do is we can introduce a timer. And that's on the spawn script here. So why don't we start with that? Let's go public. Let's go float. We can do int actually for this one. And let's go call it timer. Let's call it, maybe let's call it spawn timer. Equals 0. Let's default to that, to 5 maybe. And then let's go here, let's go if. we also need, we could do a private one here because we don't need to directly modify this one, but we could just do timer equals 0. And essentially what we're going to do, so it's a timer less than spawn timer. We get to do something. And then we'll do else. So if else statements are pretty basic. Basically, if it does one thing, if it's true, it'll do one thing. If not, it'll do another. In this context, we want to do timer plus plus. And then that'll uptick our timer. And then in theory, we could take this statement and we can nest it in here. So actually what we want to do is we want to do, we can do the reverse actually. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put this in here. Then we'll do timer plus plus. And then obviously timers aren't going to work more than once unless you reset them. So timer equals 0. Boom. So essentially what we've done here is we've created a variable spawn timer that we can customize as we're going. So we can, like in our Unity, we can change that. So if you want to make the timer longer, shorter, you can customize it manually there, your default timer. And then you've got a countdown timer here, and that just starts at 0. And if it's less than spawn timer, it'll add 1 to it. So that's what plus plus is. It's just plus 1. It's just a basic integer math, so we can skip a bunch. You could code it like timer plus timer equals timer. Timer plus 1. You could code it like that. You could also do timer plus equals 1. And that basically just takes a current and adds whatever you apply. But in this context, we're just literally adding 1, so we can just do timer plus plus. And then that will work. So all we're doing literally is we're just counting up the timer. And then if the timer is equal to or greater than, realistically equal to, our spawn timer, the else runs, right? So in that context, we've instantiated an object, and then we reset the timer, and it keeps going. So if we click play here, oh, 1 second, let me actually save this first. That feels relevant. And then we'll see if that does what we want it to do. Obviously, one problem here is we've got that set to every frame, so maybe that's really, really low. Let's try changing that. Let's go into the spawner here, and let's change this to, I don't know, 30 frames maybe? See if that does anything. Let me just look. There you go. So you can see that the timer is working there. Obviously, it's a little silly how we've got it set up, but in theory, it does work. So we should probably modify a few things. So we know that that's a little bit silly, so let's set that to 60 as our sort of default here. Let's switch that back to a float, actually. Let's switch both of these to floats, just because we might want to work with some decimals in a little bit here. And if we do decide to work in decimals, it's probably a good idea to use floats, or else it's just going to round in weird ways, and we don't want that. And so right now, it's being based off of our frame rate, right? And maybe that's not exactly what we want. So you know how I told you could do timer plus 1? Let's do time dot delta time. And then that'll take every single like second, basically, like the actual time frame. And it would, in theory, here, you see how that's grayed out? Let's shift this. Let's do plus equal like that, right? Boom. Now, my spawn rate could be a lot lower because now it's literally measuring like, functionally it's measuring like seconds, right? So if I save this, I click play. Let's see here. It's going to count to 5 before it spawns anything. And then in theory, it should spawn one eventually. Why aren't you spawning anything? Here, let's pause this. Oh, it's because I still got this set to 30. Remember to fix your stuff before you run code. There you go, let's set this back to 5 here. Now we don't have to count down full 30 before it spawns something. So right now it's going to spawn it every 5 seconds. There's one. Boop, boop, doop, doop, doop. And maybe that's a little slow, but what we could also do here is instead of forcing the timer to shift, we could just make it spawn one at the start of the game, right? So if we copy and paste that statement into here and save that, go back over here. So it spawns one by default, lovely. And then it'll spawn another one. And right now it's just going to spawn one every 5 seconds, which works, but it's going to keep spawning them in the same spot, right? And maybe that's not how we want this to work. Maybe we don't want to spawn the same thing over and over and over again in the same spot, because that's not really going to do a lot. One thing we want to do as well here is make sure that our planet script here is using time.delta time. It is, lovely. We've got instantiation, we've got spawning, we've got the timer variable there. We've got the timer resetting. So why don't we make a function? When you're coding, it's generally not a good idea to repeat your code over and over again. So what we'll do is we create a function here called spawn planets. And for something this long, what we could do is we could just copy that, cut it, paste it into spawn planets. And then what we can do is we can call spawn planets. Boop. And there you go. And then we can do the same up here. Fix that, put that back. And now what we've done is we've made the code a little easier to read, right? So we've got it basically going spawn planets, moving on. Not too crazy that way, and we've got it nice and updated there. Obviously, one problem right now is it's still going to spawn them in a row. It's just going to keep spawning them in the same spot. That's not a very exciting game. So what we need to do is we need to figure out some functionality to cause the planets to spawn up and down and sort of like shift up on the bar as it comes in, just to make the game a little more interactive, right? So for that, what we could do is we can introduce a height offset. So we'll call it we'll go with a public float height offset. So this is how comfortable we are with the adjustments. I'm going to set mine to, we'll say 2 by default. I believe we measured it before though, and if we look here, give it a second. What I can do is I can go into my prefabs here and I can drag my planets prefab here. This is its default. And we just need to measure like what we think is comfortable, right? So it's always going to spawn something like that. Maybe, let's say a max of like 5, right? Just so it's always on, at least one of the planets is always on the screen. You don't want to accidentally skip a spawn by doing too high, right? So let's say my default's 5 there. And we can change that variable as well, right? We're just trying to figure out what we think is a comfortable like max height for our spawn. So sometimes maybe it's that, or if you want to be nicer, you can like try and make both stay on screen at all times. It really depends on how you've got your setup, right? But for mine, I'm going to say 5 because sometimes I think it'd be interesting if there's only one planet, right? So it looks a little bit more random than it truly will be. There's a height offset, and then what we can do is we're going to create a variable called the lowest point as well. And we're going to use that to modify it a bit more. So let me show you what I mean by that. So in the spawn pipe here, function, we'll create a new float here. We'll call it lowest point. And we'll set that to our current location on the y-axis, dot y. And then we'll do minus height offset. Because again, this makes it super customizable. And then what we can do is we can do float highest point. Oops, highest point equals literally the same statement, but what we're doing is we're just going to make it plus instead of minus. And what we're doing is we're just creating a range, basically, like a max and a min on the Y that you're comfortable with things being spawned. And then what we can do is we could take that range and we can use a special math function that's built into C# to modify this. So we'll go we'll create a new vector. So new vector 3, and then we're going to leverage, so this is where we're setting our position, the x and the y and the z there. Z's obviously going to stay the same. We're pretty lazy on that one. X is going to stay the same as well because we want it sort of in the same spot there. We want it to spawn where we want it to. So similar to before, just transform dot position dot x. So we're just telling it to spawn directly where we are. And then for this one here, we want random dot range, and then we want to set the lowest point and the highest point. Oops. Lovely. And then, in theory, that should be setting our range here. I'll just double check that it's working. A second here. I'll give you guys a second to catch up to, though. And then 0, because we don't care about the x-axis. Now, in theory, if I save this, oh, there we go. So you can see that one spawned really high up randomly there. And then these two sort of spawn like that. And it's fully randomized between what I was comfortable with. So it's not, like I said, sometimes it might only going to spawn one planet. Sometimes it'll spawn 2. And it'll vary a bunch with mine. I made a pretty large gap for my ship to go through, but as I spawn more and more, it'll be fine. And it's okay to have a decent gap as well there, right? And you can change the offset amount as well, right? It doesn't need to move a ton. You can even just make it like, there you go, see how I'm done on all these planets? Like, it's fully randomized. It might look a little consistent, weirdly enough, but it should be doing full randomization. It's just the way the math works out, I guess. Because like some of them could be lower. We'll double check here though. In theory, I should see a blue planet only at some point here. I just want to trust that everything's working properly. Okay, so it's going really high up right now, which is fine. I would just like to see some of the lower as well here. Why are you only spawning so high up? It really likes high up. Is it broken? Oh, there we go. We got a little bit there. Why so high? Come on. Give me a couple of low ones. Okay, yeah. But we've got an offset as well where we go below. So you should be working a little bit better than this. I don't know why you're being so strange. If I pause this, in theory, one thing that's funny here that you can see is it can spawn a ton of planets, right? But for some reason, it's only spawning, like it's very, very mild in its positioning. In fact, we click on both sets of planets here. It's really just, well, I guess that's a little bit better, but like, all of them are positive. So why aren't you going into the negative? If your default is 0, transform.position.y plus the height offset. So that one seems to be working. What is your highlight here? Introduce variable? What do you mean introduce variable? Okay, why are you being silly? This function doesn't need to be public. We'll just shift that. Show context, rename spawn planets. Sure, I guess. That's fine. Now, why are you being weird? Introduce variable, transform 1, no. Am I misspelling the word transform? Is that what's happening? Well, that doesn't seem to fix anything. Just a little confused why it's being so weird right now. What's up? It does. Set these both to 0. Let's double check in here as well. We'll double check that each of our planets is a pretty comfortable spot. These can all be set to 0. You don't need those being adjusted. Set that to my -3. Go to this one. In the prefab, you want it to be sort of nice that way. There's 3. There we go. Oh, I'm silly and I forgot to get out of that. It's okay for the prefab though, because the prefab overrides that. 0, 0, 0, lovely. And let's try running my game again here. And let's hope for a little bit more true randomness here. Okay. Okay. Lovely. I'm just a little confused why this isn't being very random, right? But that's okay. You know what it could be? Let me check my planet spawner here. You're right. That should be 0. That's why. Yeah. So now it should shift a little bit better here. Let's stop that. Let's go back to my planet spawner, make sure that's set to 0. So this is good troubleshooting. Make sure your stuff is set to where it belongs, or else things are going to look a little weird. There we go. That's a little better. See a bit more of that planet. There we go. That looks way more random and better. Obviously, my margin is a little off on the distance here that I've set it to, my height offset. So what I can do is I can stop that, and I can set that to maybe a proper, like, set it to maybe 3. Just a bit more, right? Because I've established that I think 4 is the top of my screen, right? So 3 should give a bit more randomness there. Sometimes some planets can be off a bit better too, right? Like I was trying to make happen. There we go. Cool. So there we go. I've got it. It's spawning right, and it's in the correct spots there. The randomization function is working here, which is great. So that's all working fine. Obviously, I can still hit those planets. So if I click play right now, right? Look, I can bonk a planet and I don't lose. So that's not great. So I think that's probably the next part we want to do here is we want to add in a bit more gameplay here, right? So we've got the stuff there. I think, actually, you know what? The next thing we can do, watch this. I want to show you something really quickly here. I'm going to set the spawn timer to 1 while we're playing here. So if you watch, it's going to spawn 1 every 1 second here. And then what I'm going to do is in a second here, I'm going to pause the game here. And if you look, there's so many planets over here on my map, on my screen here, that aren't doing anything. We've got 1 billion planets, but they just hang out forever. And eventually that's going to do a real number on the computer. And we don't like that. So what we need to do is we can find a spot here. And we can look, and we can pick a nice spot that we like. So maybe, I don't know, let's see. So we got this at, where's our spawner set to? So we'll unpause it, stop the game. Where's our spawner? Our spawner's set to 10. So why don't we use -10 as our destroy zone? And what we can do is on update here, we can do a quick check here, and we can put in some destruction, right? And what we can do is we can look for a spot, and we can put this in the pipe itself too, right? You don't need to put this in the spawner script. You want it on each individual set of planets. And let's put it in here. Let's go public in the pipe here. Let's go float. Actually, yeah, sure. Let's call it the dead zone. And like I said, I'm going to set mine to -10. In theory, it should be completely off screen by that. You know, let's set it to -12. Let's be a little bit nice here. And then on update, all we need to do, enter. We can put a little if statement here, right? If transform.position dot, we're moving in the x-axis here, so dot x equals, let's put less than, and then we'll put in dead zone. Then what we could do is we could run, let's put game object, I believe. Game object dot destroy. I'm sorry, I guess it's destroy game object technically. And basically what we're doing is we're just going to get rid of it, and then we'll just put game object. And then obviously like the whole point of that is just because we don't want it to, we really don't want it to go too silly and have a billion objects spawn at once. Just for my own sake here, I'm going to if-else this just because I like it that way, but you do not need to do it that way. It'll work just fine without it, but I like a little if-else where it's like, okay, we don't need to move it anymore. So now, if I click save, and I click run, oh, compiling errors, why are you mad at me? What did I do? Did I forget I forgot a thing. Lovely, thank you. Files, save all. And this is in the planet script, so if you want to modify this, you can go into the planets move script here. And funnily enough, you don't even need the planet move script here. You don't need to put it on each planet. You could actually embed this full thing into the parent object if you wanted to. But it's fine in each planet too. It really doesn't matter either way, it's up to you. But let's see here, so let's go. Pause. Let's zoom out a bunch. As you can see here. So one slight flaw here is because we have the planet, the planet's destroyed. Let's do a quick fix here, I think is what we should do. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into our planet spawn here. We're going to go into planets. And instead of having this script embedded in both of the planets here, we're going to go into our prefabs here, and we're going to remove both these components here. Because we do not need that script in both of these. Then what we'll do is we'll add the script here. In theory, that should still function fine. Nothing should break. Everything should still run. But now what it's going to do is it's going to destroy the planet's object rather than accidentally leaving that behind. What we were doing before is we were destroying both the children, but we weren't destroying the parent object. So as you can see here, I only ever have one on screen right now because of the way my spawn rate's set up. And if you watch, they keep destroying themselves, right? So that's what we want. We want them to get rid of each other. We just don't need too many on screen at once, right? It's just a waste of processing power. So that's great. Got the time.delta time in there. You're going to want to use time.delta time for a lot of things. But I think we're pretty good there. So let's move on to the next part. So we got pipes coming in. I can move the spawn rate just to make it a little more exciting here. But I think let's set it to 4 just for fun here. It's fine. One thing we should do, though, is I should show you how to debug. So let me go to the planet script here. And on destroy here, why don't I go debug.log. And I'll just put a little string in here, and it's just destroyed. File save. Now, when you're playing the game, go to the console here. Oops. See how it's logging it there? So using the debug log is a super useful tool for tracking what's going wrong with your game. If you want to be really fancy about it, you can log every single input from players. You can log any function time you call. You can just put a debug log. It's going like, oh, destroy game object, oh, spawn object, right? You can put debugs wherever you want. For this example, though, I'm just going to leave it on just the destroyed there. What's up, Aiden? Yeah, I got a charge in there because it died on me. Sweet. So we've got that running now. Let's take a quick break here while I make sure that everyone else is all caught up here. Right now, we should have a bunch of objects spawning, randomized locations, and they should destroy themselves. So I'm going to mute my mic, make sure you're there. If you have questions, type them in chat, and Aiden will let me know, and I will answer them. some stuff around here since nobody needs the Unity screen right now, just to full screen that for everyone. There you go. The spawner script is the core of what we've been working on here. This is just our basic transformed opposition.x dead zone, destroy game object, else keep moving. The ship script here we haven't really changed. The spawner's really the only one that matters, so just make sure you've got that, and we'll continue on in about 3 minutes here. I think we should keep going here. Hopefully everyone's all set up still. So the next thing we need to do is we probably want a bit more functionality here, right? Oh, sorry. So I think score and some UI is probably the way to go. So let's get back into this. So this is our main scene here. We can rename it too as well if we want to. But we want some scored some UI. So the first thing we can do is let's create a game object here. So this is going to be an older version of it, but it works well enough for this tutorial. If you zoom out a bunch, this is the representation of the UI. So all I did is I've right-clicked here. I went UI Toolkit, Legacy, Text. And that creates this canvas, which is your UI elements, right? So, and then there's made a little text box in there as well. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go 128. That seems like a good size. I'm going to set this box to about 250 by about 250. And we're going to just put a 0 in there. Let's make it bold. And let's make it, let's do true white for space, because my background is black. And then we can stick this up in the top right corner. And you can click on the game here, and you can see it there. So it's fine. It'll be a reasonable size there. I'm not mad about it. Let's rename that. Let's call that score. And what we can do as well while we're here, so we've got a score there. It's got a text variable, so you can change that there. Just for good measure here, though, why don't we add a few more pieces that we're going to want as well here, right? So let's go legacy. Let's go text as well here. Let's create an empty. Let's call this game over. And then inside that empty, let's create another score here. Let's call that game over. And again, let's set it to like 128. Let's make it white, or there we go. Let's update the size of the box here so that it shows it. So obviously that's not quite big enough, so let's set that to, I don't know, 1,000? 1,000 is fine. Let's do 800. And you'll have to want to customize this for your screen, obviously. Set that to 0, 0. So I'm not really liking that exact position here. What if I shift that? Okay, that's fine. That's like center mass on the screen. And I think that's kind of where I want it anyways. We'll set it to bold though, just to make it a little bit more oomph. That's our game over there. And let's add a button in there. We won't do anything with that button just yet, but I'll put it in there now. We'll drag and drop it. We got a button there. If you expand that button, it's got a bit more text there. In that, let's put in play again, all caps. I like that. Let's make sure we like the size of that font and the size of the button itself. So let's set that button to 200. Set the size to 50 at least, I think. Seems pretty reasonable. Go back to that text there. Let's set that to 32. There we go. Let's bold that text as well there, just for consistency's sake here. Boom. Looking a little small. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's go 60. Just get a little bit of margins on the side. Still too small. Still too small. Sorry, because it's not height that we need to adjust. We need to adjust this. So let's set this to 225. There we go. That's lovely. We got a nice little button there. Play again, and that's perfect. Let's make sure we get that text to a nice crisp black there. For good measure, let's add in one more button here. This isn't part of the tutorial by default, but let's add it in here because we're going to want it in there eventually. Let's do something else here. Let's take this button that's already there. Let's duplicate it. It'll be part of the same parent. We'll drag and drop it down here. We don't need to adjust the X, but we'll bring the Y down here to minus 175. Sure, that sounds good. Let's check that other button, make sure it's still at 0x. Perfect. Let's set that to minus 90. I like some nice even numbers there. Makes my brain hurt less. Click this text, and let's call this exit, just so you have the option, right? Boom, so you got some buttons in there. One of the interesting things about the buttons is if you scroll down here, you can add some on-click functionality, which we'll get to later. For now, once you've got this set up here, so you got a game over, you got some text and some buttons, just go ahead and look over here. This is the active button. We're just going to turn that off. We don't need to see that all the time, right? So just this little button here, on and off, boop, 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 boop. And that'll specifically turn off that game over section, which is what we want. I'll just keep clicking it a few times here just for everyone's sake. You should have a little UI on the screen with some game over button there. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so we've got a UI. It's on screen. Next, though, we need some base logic to our game here. So let's create a logic object here. So we're going to call this the logic manager. And this object's never going to appear in game. It doesn't matter where it is. It's just functioning in the background. But we need a script for this. So let's go to the logic manager. Let's set it to 0. 0, 0. We'll set it back into the game itself here. We zoom back into our game here. Let's add a script, new script. We'll call it the logic script. There's our logic script. Let's move the logic script into our script folder. I really hope I'm not muted. Aiden, am I muted? Make sure I'm coming through. Q, Q, Q. I'm good? Lovely. So we create a logic script there. Now if we go to our logic manager here, we can click through on that bad boy. Ain't that lovely? I'll give you guys all a second here to catch up on that. I'm going to double check where everyone else is good here. Basically, all we've done is added a basic UI. We haven't added any functionality to it, and then we just hit it from our perspective. So go ahead and do that. We are going to get back into it in a minute here. I just want to get a bit more further along before we take a break here again. So sorry about such quick breaks in such succession, but we had a late lunch and I didn't order early enough, so it was a little silly. But for now, we move on. So we now, if you look at my game here, have a ship, have a timer. That's great. We have a logic script here. The logic script currently doesn't do anything. But what we'll do first here is we're going to make the logic here of this sort of, sorry, so there's a bit more to do here. What we need to do how do we want to do this? So our logic script needs some logic to it that we don't have currently. Sorry, my nose is a little stuffed. Yeah, so we need to code some logic in here. Obviously, we need it to be able to update the score, update that text and stuff like that, right? And this works for pretty much any HUD. Let UI there works for that. It's a user interface, right? So we're going to add a bit to here so that it looks good and that updates as we do things, right? So we've created the UI, which is good. We love the UI, which is great. Now that we've got the UI, we have to create a logic script. That's what this is here. I've assigned it to the logic manager already. See it there? So let's get coding in this. So this one doesn't need to do anything on start or on frame updates. It's literally just going to run when we tell it to. We're just going to create some functions as well as some basic int store functionality here. So public int player score. We can set that to 0 by default here. So that's an int for public player score. And then what we need to do is we need public text. It's not showing up by default here because of the fact that it's a legacy feature for Unity. So what we can do is we can add it in here. Or actually, sorry, it's just not part of the default Unity engine here. So if we go Unity engine.ui, boom, what we're doing there is we're telling the editor here to add that to our asset library. Then we do public text, score text equals 0. I like setting some default parameters. You don't have to. What's going on here? Why are you mad at me? What's happening here? What's wrong? Convert into type. There we go. OK, so don't set a default value there, and it'll work fine. Because I sold it as an int, it got mad at me. In theory, I believe if you because it works with strings, you should be able to do this without it yelling at you. But honestly, we're trying to use a score object, so don't do any of that silly nonsense that I was just about to do here. So if you look here on the left here, there's the player score set to default, and there's the score text. So what we need to do now is we need to grab that score, and we need to attach that to a logic manager. So we should just be able to drag and drop it. And because this score here is literally just has a text parameter here, it's smart enough to find that spot. So drag and drop, now it's the score text. Now, in other code, if we update that text field, it'll fill in the blanks. Like it'll replace that number, which is exactly what we want. Itchy. So now what we need to do is we need to create some functions, right? So we need like an add score function, right? And in theory, if you wanted to do health, then you could do like a health one, right? But let's do public void add score. So we're creating a blank function. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take that player score, that int that we've got there, and we're going to do player score +1, or I'm just going to do player score ++. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that score text, dot text. So I'm taking the object, and then I'm taking the score text there. And then I'm setting it to be the player score. Obviously, one problem there is that the player score is currently an int. So what we need to do is we need to call another function there to modify it. So we're going to use, context, call toString. So we're going to use player score.toString. Basically, how add score is a function, so is toString, right? It's just a built-in function in C#. And then that'll convert the that will convert the player score integer to a string. And then if I play the game here, for example, right, and I click and play here, if I want to, I could just change this number to 5, for example. Oh, maybe that didn't work. Okay, that's fine. What I can do as well, we'll set that back to 0, is I can call a function as well in here. Let's see. Why are you being silly? You're supposed to be able to call a function. Okay, it doesn't like me right now. Maybe I didn't save properly. Let's try that and see what we can do. In theory, I should be able to call functions, but let's save this. Save all. And get back over here. Logic manager. Where's my function? Interesting. Well, either way, as we go further in here, we'll have our score going up anyway, so it's fine. Let's give you all a second to catch up on there. Oh yeah, that's why it's not there. So I don't fully understand this context menu setting thing, but we're going to use it anyways here, and that's just basically, we're just going to be putting a label on it. So context menu, and then it's got a bracket here, and then we can name it, right? So we'll put a string in there, increase score. Boom. We'll save that as well here. So I don't think that's going to fix what I was trying to fix, but that's okay. Oh, there it is. So now that we've put that in there, it works. So let me show you how that works here. So if I click play, what I can do is I can call this increase score function, and if you look, boom, my number changed. I can do it again, right? So you can keep calling the increase score function just to test that the function is updating there, which is great, which is what we want. But now what we need to do is we want it to be done automatically, right? We don't have to call it every time we pass between some planets. So if we go to our planet spawn, or sorry, if we go to our prefabs here, we go to planets. So right now they have no interaction. But what we can do is we can add some, right? So if we add a collider to these, I'm going to just add a pretty basic circle collider, not to there, to each of my planets. So add circle collider. Could pull it in. We'll just pull it in a little bit here, make it nice and tight there. Lovely. Then we'll go back. Go to this one. Whoa. That one. Add a circle collider to that one. Pull that in a bit. Lovely. There we go. So now they've got a circle collider on both of those. And that's going to be really useful for if you hit them. But we're also going to add in a few components here. So because of the way that mine's set up, you can go above and below them. If you did proper pipes, there'd only be a middle section, right? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this top. I'm going to create another one. Call it middle. I'm going to create another one called bottom. And essentially what I'm doing is I'm creating one of these for each of these. And what I'll do is I'll go add component. We'll add a box collider. And we'll customize it. So you could pull this to wherever you want it to be. Personally, though, I'm just going to do this like that. And then we're going to set it to a trigger, because we want to be able to pass through these without hitting them, right? So boom. There we go. Nice little box collider there. Nothing crazy. And we got the top one. We'll do the same thing for the middle. We'll add a box collider. We'll customize it. And what you can do is you can customize the location of these instead of just stretching them wildly, which is probably the smarter way to go, but you can also just do it this way, right? So just make sure you click is triggered, add component, box collider, and then I'm going to pull mine all the way down to here. There we go. Make it a little smaller. Boom. So now when we spawn a thing, we've got these three is triggers here, and with that now we can make some functionality, right? So our spaceship has a collider. Each planet is a physical collider. So if I click play, for example, now, and I collide with a planet, I'm going to hit it, right? Bonk. See ya? Things get a little jank, which is fine, because that's what we want. We want, if you hit a planet, you die, right? So we want some functionality. So I've added in there. Now, what we can do is on the planet's prefab here, in each of these colliders, right, we can add a function. We can add a script. We'll call this, what do we want to call this? We want to call this planet pass script. You can call it middle script. You can call it whatever you want. I'm going to just call it that because that makes a level of sense to me. So I'm going to create that. I'm going to put it in the right folder. I'm going to open that back up. And then for this one here, we're going to create a new thing. We're going to make a new feature called an on trigger. And we're going to do an on trigger enter 2D. So this one here. And basically what we're saying in this context is that the moment that this object passes through one of the trigger boxes, something should happen. In this context, we want to go and add some score to our functionality, right? So basically, what we want to do is we want to call that add score function. Obviously, to call said function, though, we need access to it. So all right, so add score is not there. So what we could do is we could go let's go public logic script logic script. We'll make it lowercase there just so we can tell the difference. Boom. And because the logic script here that we're trying to pull, we're in a prefab, so it's not going to be able to pull it in properly because the prefab exists outside of your game. So what we can do is on start, we can have it search for it. But to do that, we do need to make it searchable. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add a tag here. We're going to create a new one. We're going to call it logic. That's our logic tag. That creates it. And in the logic manager here, we're going to tag it. Right? Now, what we can do is we can go over here with logic script equals itchy. But it's game object dot find object with tag, and then put in the word logic as a string, I believe. Oh, maybe we don't use a string. Maybe we just type the word logic. And not resolve symbol logic. So we'll figure it out here in a second. Let me just take a look here. Logic equals game object dot find game object with tag. Okay, I guess it is supposed to be a string here, and it just was getting mad at me for no reason. Let's try that. Oh, here it is. So we got to use dot to string, maybe? No? Oh, sorry, dot get component, and we just got to type logic script. There we go. So what we've done there is we're on start. So the moment you start your game, this planet pass script is searching for your logic script. So each time it's basically instantiated. So every time we spawn a new set of planets, it's going to find a game object with the tag logic, which is what we've done up here. We've gave the logic manager logic. And then it's getting the component, which is the logic script down here. Right? So it's searching for this object in your game, grabbing this, and then that will allow it to access functions. Then what we can do is we can do things, whoops. We could save this first here, right? And in theory, once it's saved and it's sort of recompiled and everything on this end, it should have access to that add score function in a moment here. Let's see here. And we can see that in our game here too. So if I click play here, right? Let's give a quick look here. And I click pause. If you look at this section of planets here, the top, the middle, well, just the top for now, but you can see that it's auto-assigned the logic manager in here, right? So it was able to search for it and assign it itself there, which was pretty cool. So now what we need to do is we need to just update this to grab the logic script, right? So what we're doing is we're telling it to look in that logic script, and then we want functionalities from it. In this context, we want add score, so we're just going to steal that functionality, right? Now if we save this, and I unpause this, I stop that, and I let it reload. Heck, if I go into each of my prefabs here, and I go to the top, I go to the bottom, and what we want to do is we want to add that, what do we call it? We called it the planet pass script. I can add it to each section of my code here, right? So now the planets have physical mass. If you hit them, you can die, in theory. And then if you hit these three, you'll get score. So let's give that a shot here. Let's go back here. Let's press play. Boop, there's some score, look at that. And it works if you pass between them, or currently it works if you pass below them to a certain height. And I'm willing to bet as well, if I pass over, there we go. See, it goes over as well. So now we've got a scoreboard, and we've got some stuff moving. There's a little bit more functionality to our game. I'm going to take a quick break here. We'll take our quick hour break here. Sorry to everyone who's watching, giving everyone else a chance to catch up if they're falling behind. It also gives us a quick chance to have some more of that sushi if someone's still hungry. It also puts us back on track. When we come back, I believe we've got, what is that, another hour? Another hour of this? Yeah, so when we come back at 4, we'll finish this up, and then we'll add in whatever you guys think we should add. Okie dokie. Bye, guys. And is the audio coming through? You want to double check? Yeah, lovely. All right, so let's get back into it here. So we've created, we've got score going up now, which is great. That's lovely. But the next thing we need to do is we need some fail states, right? So right now, if you die, you hit this and nothing happens, right? So you just keep going, no fail states. So now what we need to do is we need to add fail states. To do so, realistically our fail state is going to be the game over popping up, right? We've created the game over screen already, which is great. We just need some code to trigger it. So let's go to our logic script, I believe here. Let's create a new function called public void restart game. Oops. To use this, though, we're going to need to import another thing. So using Unity engine dot scene management. Then what we could do is for restart game here, we could go scene manager. Scene manager dot load scene. Then we could go scene manager dot get active scene dot name. So what we've done there, what we've done here is we've created a scene manager functionality in the top here, and that scene manager, we're going to tell it to load a scene, and then we're telling it what scene to load, right? So now we use the scene manager again, get the active scene, get the name. So we're searching the name basically through the scene manager to tell it to load that scene again, right? Then what we can do is in the logic manager, right? Sorry, not in the logic manager. Then on the game over screen, you can turn that back on for a second here. Let me zoom out. We can go here, we can click that play now button here, and we can put this in here. We can go here, logic, function, logic script, restart game. So basically we created the scene management, added a restart game functionality here, went to this button that says play again, and told it to reload it. So I'll give you all a quick second to catch up on that. And then I'll show you that it works as well here. So if I click play, I can click play again over and over again, and it keeps resetting the game. So it is working, it's just reloading the scene as it is. Obviously one problem though is we don't want that on all the time. So what we need to do is we need to create some fail states that'll tell the game to pop that up for us, right? So the first thing we want to do is we want to create a game over function, right? So public void game over. Then what we could do is we can create a reference to our game over screen, right? So public game object, game over screen. Game over's fine. Let's call it game over screen so that we don't have the same thing twice. It doesn't like that. We'll save that. Right, now that's saved. We could go to the logic manager here and we can drag and drop this in there. Then what we can do is we can go game over screen dot set active and just put in the word true. Basically this is a Boolean, right? So now whenever we call the game over function, it'll turn it on. So in theory, if I do the same thing I did with this context menu here, right, just to show you it, and we'll put game over, and then I'll save that. Then I can click play. And if I select that logic manager there, I should be able to call the game over function. And as you can see, I was able to. Obviously, there's a few flaws in here. I still have control of my character when game over occurs, which means my score can go up. Also, score still goes up, and so does, like, the game keeps going, right? So there's a few things we could do with that, and we can still click play again. So we know that function works. Obviously, now we need to call that function, right? So if we collide with an object, say a planet, that's our fail state, right? So if we collide with a planet, we want to go to our, where's our script here? We want to go to our spaceship script, right? And what we can do is we could steal the same script that we did for our planet script here, right? So the one that we used, or sorry, is our spawner? No, what script had it? It was the planet pass script here, right? So see this logic script statement we did? The one that found it? Well, our player do, right? So what we can do is we can assign it in the same way here, and we can grab it in here as well. We can grab this function using the same functionality up here, just copy it, go to the player ship one, press enter, boom. Now it has access to the logic script, which means that when we do this, we can go void. In fact, we can just start typing on collide, on collision, enter, 2D. So when we hit something, we can call logic script dot game over screen. Boom. That should work. What is happening? Game over? I think maybe it's just game over. Boom. Now, when we're playing the game here, if you watch, the moment we trigger a collision with one of the other planets, we'll trigger a fail state. So click play here. Bonk, look, fail state. It triggered it. That's exactly what we want. Wah. So that's good. That's what we want to see. Pretty much, yep. And that triggers that. So there's a bit more we can do here, though. We could put a Boolean in here, right? So let's put a Boolean in here called, because we want to lose our functionality, right? We don't want to have it working when we're dead. So let's put a private bool, call it is alive, equals true by default. And essentially what we're doing here is a Boolean is a true or false value, right? So now what we can do, we can put this here. We can put down is alive equals false. And what we can do is we can go to its input here, right, where it accepts the player input, and we can go end is alive. And essentially that's just going to say it's true, right? So now, if you press space and you're alive, you'll add velocity. If not, it adds nothing. So when we file and save this, and we run this again, we click play. Let me hit this. So we can pass through one, pretty cool, right? Lovely. We hit the planet, we get a fail state. I'm mashing space, but nothing's happening because we're dead. Currently, it falls infinitely, which is good because it means that we're not going to hit another planet. But it does mean the score's still going up. So what we could do with that, so if you go to look at, say, the logic script, right? So you know the add score function? What we could do is we could do this. We could go public game object, and we can go spaceship, right? And what we can do is we can, for add score here, you know what, let's do this differently. Instead of adding that to logic, let's go to the planet pass script here, right? And let's create a reference in our pass script here for the player object. So public game object, player, or spaceship. Put your hand away. What are you doing? So we'll put spaceship there, right? And we'll save that. And because these spawn on, these are the passes, they're spawning, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to create an access to it as well, right? So now, what we need to do is we need to go to the spaceship here, we need to tag it in the same way we did with the other one. I'm going to just take this player. I'm going to save it. I'm going to go to the spaceship. I'm going to tag it. Now what I can do is I can create a similar thing here, right? So I can do enter spaceship equals game object dot find game object with tag player dot get, it should actually just be that. So now what we've done is we've assigned that game object of the spaceship there. So what we can do now is on trigger enter, we can put that in an if statement, right? So if bracket spaceship dot is alive, spaceship dot, what do we call it on the spaceship? It's called the ship script. Spaceship script. So let's see if I can directly access that spaceship script dot is alive. So that doesn't like that. So what we could do is we can change this. Let's go spaceship script. Lovely. Spaceship. And then what we'll do is we'll follow the same logic here. So dot get component spaceship script. Then what we can do is we should be able to directly access dot this right here. So spaceship is alive. Cannot find is alive. So why can't we do that? Let's take a look. Spaceship script is alive. I've set that to private. So now what we need to do is we need to change that. If you set it to public, now when you go to the pass script here, it can see it. So if the spaceship is alive, trigger that, logic script.add score. And if it's not, well, don't do anything. Just don't update the score. This is just so that if you don't accidentally add score after you're dead, right? Because in theory, if you watched, when the spawners get closer together, it probably wouldn't happen right away. But if we are, say, really high up, for example, and we died, and the spawners were much closer together, in theory, after you die, you could fall through one into another one. But because we set that in there now, it can't happen. So we're basically just putting in a little bit more bounds checking, right? Which is good, because you want to make sure that your functionality makes sense, right? You don't want your score going up after you've died. So what we've done is we've just hard limited our score not to go up after we die. What we could also do is if we go to the, say, the spawner script, right? And what we can do is we can take that spawn script functionality here. We can add an else if statement there. And what we can do is we could stop the game from spawning more planets after you die, right? That way it never spawns that silly wall of death. So what we could do with that, for context, is we can do a similar thing we did with the other ones, which is take the spaceship object here. Oh, let's grab the whole script here, right? So we'll take this, we'll copy it, we'll put that in start. We'll take the script from here, because we're using the is alive from the player functionality there for everything. And then if you look here, so, and what we can do is we can go spaceship dot is alive. And what we've done is we've stopped the game from spawning once you die. So if I click play now, and let me save this quickly. I'll file save this. I'll click play. And let's hit this. OK, so we got one. There's a second one. Let's bonk it. And then in theory, as long as that's coded properly, we shouldn't see any more planets, which is what you kind of want. Because you don't want that time, when you increase your timers and you set it to spawn based off different variables, you don't want the game to really keep going. So essentially what we've done is we've stopped the game from continuing, besides your character falling indefinitely, which is fine. Lovely. Let's see what's next on the docket here. So we built a bit more functionality in there, which is cool. There is a bit more to do. So right now we've got the game over screen. Your character falls, they die, and that's fine. That's what we want. And that works. And we can build that as well now. But let's do one more thing here beforehand. Right now, if you watch, I can fly off screen and the game continues. Like there's no penalty for me flying off screen as long as I want right now. So what we could do is we could add a new object here. And we could just do it anywhere we want realistically, but we'll create an empty here. And let's call this top. Yeah, we'll call it top boundary. And we'll drag and drop it up to about here. Ooh, what is, oh, sorry, wrong thing. Whoopsie. That's in there randomly. It doesn't need to be. Let's zoom in here. Zoom, 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 back into the game. Because we're not messing with that right now. There we go, so this is back in our game here. Let's create a top boundary here. So what's this? 0, let's set it to 5. 5 is good, you don't want to go off screen too much. Set that to 0 as well. Boom, so that's our top boundary. For that, we can add a collider, a box collider 2D. We'll run it the length of the screen. Funnily enough, it can literally just be this big. Because of the fact that our player only moves up and down in a single location, we can set the box collider just to be this teeny tiny little box collider here, and the game isn't going to punish for us. And we'll set that to a trigger. You know, let's set it to a collision actually, because that'll run the same logic as the other parts of the player script, which means as soon as you hit it, we don't even need to code logic for this. Because it is a physical thing that you could hit, the moment you hit it, you die. And so that'll be our top boundary. We don't even need to overcomplicate it. Boom, top boundary. We'll duplicate it, select it, duplicate. Let's set this to -5. Boom, we'll rename it to bottom boundary. Boom. Now, in theory, as long as we did this right, let's see if it works. Boom, I hit a top boundary, I died. Lovely. So you go off screen too much, you die. And that's what you want. You don't want the players running off the screen forever. And the bottom one's going to work the same way. As long as you physically touch the thing, you die. If you want it to be a little nicer, you can bring it a little lower. Here, let's set this to -6 and see what that looks like. Oh, that's a bit much. -5.5? Sure. Let's be generous here. And we'll do 5.5 on the top there. And that'll give you a little bit more margin. It also means that when your character inevitably falls down, when they get caught down there, boop, 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 they'll just sort of hang out down at the bottom there. You can see it there. Some planets will move them, but they're going to stay in that spot realistically for the most part. And that's fine. So we've done that. What else should we add to this game, you guys? What do you want to see? We've got score, we've got fail states. What would you guys like to see for this game? Pause menu? Sure. Yeah, so for a pause menu, what I would do for that is I would create another child like this, create another empty in this object. And then what you could do is you could call it pause menu, sure, pause menu, boom. I would probably just take these functionality here. Pretty much all of this is pretty good to pull in. So, undo that, undo what I just did. I'd copy that, and I'd paste it as a child in this one. Because what that's doing is I'm going to take my pause menu now, and my pause menu is identical to my fail state menu. Just change the text here to say pause. So for a pause menu, that's a little weirder. So a pause menu, you want the game to pause, obviously, right? Like you can set this up to pull up the menu, but to pause the game as a whole, let's take a look. So Unity's got some great software here. So let's go Unity, pause game. The right way to pause a game in Unity, let's see what they have to say. So the most convenient method for pausing a game is setting game's timescale to time.timescale equals 0, which effectively pauses all the time-based operations, including movement, physics, animation. Sure, so that's what they say to do. Let's create that. So if we go to the logic manager, because that's where you want to code this type of function, let's go we'll steal this whole function here. Boom. Let's change this to pause game. Void pause game. And then what they said was, get out of here. It's time.timescale equals 0. So let's try that. Let's try time.timescale equals 0. And then we'll do public void. We'll do unpause game. And then doo-doo-doo. And then we'll do timescale equals 1. Let's take this, Control C, Control V, put unpause game there. So let's test if that functionality works first. So what we could do in game here, we turn that off. Let's press play. Then in theory, if I click the logic manager, okay, if I click pause game, it works. So we can pause the game. What happens if I click unpause game? It continued, okay. Did I lose control or did I just do badly? Let's see. Play again. All right. I think that works fine. So that's great, we love that. So what else do we need to do with this? Well, we just established that we want the pause screen to pop up. So let's go pause, what do we call this? Let's scroll up to the top here. We want a game object, so let's go public, game object, pause screen. And then we'll be able to assign that in a second. And then we'll do the same here. Let's do pause screen dot set active true. And then we should be able to do the inverse here. So exactly, false. So we've got that. Obviously, the current issue is we don't have a button command for that. So I'm personally thinking that because we have this player object here, and we've got it listening for key presses, else if, let's go input dot get key down, key code, dot, well, we don't need A. Let's do escape. What do you guys think? Is it escape? Sweet. So we'll do that. And then we'll call, it does have access to that logic script, so let's go logic script dot pause game. Pause game. Cool. So now, in theory, if we press the escape key, it should pause the game. So the only other thing we need to do is we need to go and program that unpause function. So in the pause menu, let that finish building. Let's give that a quick save as well here. In there, let's turn that pause menu back on really quickly here. We got that play again button there. We'll update that to say unpause. So text, that's exit. We want that one, which is unpause. Unpause. Perfect. So and then we'll go into the button itself. Let's change that function, logic script, and then we want it to be unpause game. So now, in theory, as long as we did everything right, oh, we did something a little silly here. We forgot to change this. So let's see if this works now. So we're playing. I pressed the escape key. It paused the game, but it didn't do what we wanted it to do, which is pull the screen up. Pause screen.setActive didn't work, and I know why. So one of the things we need to do is we need to assign that pause screen like we did with game over. Now, in theory, it should work. Mash, 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 we're flying. Click escape, there's the pause, unpause, keep going. Look, we have a pause menu, look at us go. What else is useful? Well, how about that exit function that we programmed in? We've got an exit function for both of these, but we don't have it coded. So let's do public. And we don't want to do it too many times. Let's close game. This one, we won't really need to test quite as much here. So public void, close game. And all we're doing is we're setting the scope of it with public, and void is what we're filling in because we don't expect a response. So public void close game, and then we should just figure that out. Let's see, Unity, close game. Let's see what they say to do. Dang, Google, you're real slow today. Let's try that again. What is happening with my internet? Why are you so bad? Yeah, okay, thank you. How to quit the game in Unity. Lovely, look at that. Okay, so application.quit. Look how easy that is. Application.quit. Boom. Now, same as before, we're just going to go into each of these functions. We don't need to look at them right now. We know which one. We'll click the one that we look here, see how it says unpause. Click the other one that says exit. Perfect. Go to this function, add it. Take the logic manager, drag and drop it. Logic script, close game. We'll do the same thing over here. Double check it is the right one. Play again. Well, there we go. Exit. There we go. Go here. Click here. Drag and drop it. Logic function. Close game. Now, let me show you. So if we go file here and we go build settings, we can take a quick look at our build. So right now we only have one scene. So let's just build and run this one. So we're just building a single instance here. We'll create a new folder here. New folder. We'll call it build. We'll select that folder, save it. So now we just want to make sure that the game closes properly when we tell it to, right? So it's going to build it here. Pretty cool. Build, 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 build. Lovely, lovely. Running, running, running. In a moment here, it should finish building it. Lovely. There we go. So I can play it. Obviously, right now, we haven't coded a ton in here. It's strictly just going to spawn one every 5 seconds, but let's click escape. Exit. Closes our game. Lovely. So what's next? Well, it's not a very interesting game right now, is it? We've got some basic functionality, but there's a few things going on that we don't really like. So the first observation I have is, generally speaking, you don't want a game to boot in to, like, you don't want to boot into a game immediately, right? Like, every game has a main menu usually. So why don't we go into this scene here? Let's see. We'll save this scene just in case here. We'll remove it for now. Lovely. All right, sweet. So we got a basic scene here. This is going to be our main menu. We can rename the scene as well, I believe. Oh, we got to rename it in here. Let's save it first here. Save scene. Oh, here. Let's do file, save as. Go to the scenes folder here, and let's call this main menu. So we're just going to, all we're doing is we're creating a new scene here, right? So right-click right here, add new scene, main menu, and we can rename this scene too. We can rename this to gameplay. Boom. On the main menu here, we don't need a ton, just some basic text, right? So let's go UI again. Let's go text, zoom out. And there's a few ways we can do this. Personally, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what do we want to do here? How do we want to manage this scene, right? Well, let's make sure it looks good here. So let's call this Planet Dodger. Sure, Planet Dodger is the name of our game now. Let's make that nice and big and bold and update that to 32 and make the height 50 and make the width 250. Does that look good enough? That's pretty small. Let's make it bigger. Let's make it 128 here. We'll set that height to 150 and set that to about 1,000. There we go, there's Planet Dodger, lovely. And we'll drag it to here, get a nice black texture. Let's do white, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the main camera here, we're gonna make that black here. And then that'll be called Planet Dodger, cool. We're just making a very, very, very basic main menu here. Let's set the thing about maybe 50, why? Just a little bit above. And then, same as before here, let's add a few basic buttons in this canvas here. So UI, legacy, button, drag it down, 0. Put that to, I don't know, minus 100, sure, that's fine. Let's make it a bit bigger. We'll set that to 50, set that to 200. We'll go into the text field here, update this to be pure black, make it about 32. We'll call it play, nothing crazy here. We'll duplicate that as well here. Then we'll move that one down to minus 200, lovely. And we'll rename that one to say exit. So we've just got 2 buttons here. Obviously now we need the play button to do something. So what I'm thinking here is why don't we open up that gameplay scene again here. Let's save quickly. We'll open the gameplay scene back up. See the logic manager there? Why don't we make that a prefab as well? And then we can access it in other spots, right? So if I go back into scenes and I go to the main menu, save this again, I can go into our prefabs now and I can drag the logic manager up in there. Now, if I click exit, I can go boom. I can add the logic manager there. I can go to the logic script and I can close the game. One thing to be concerned here is, hypothetically, these might cause issue. We'll find out in a second if that causes an issue. We might need to code this fresh, but for now, hopefully, I could be lazy. This is probably not the best way to do it, but in theory, it should work. Let's do public void. Let's click, we'll call it play game. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna use that scene manager that we used here, scene manager.loadScene, scene manager.loadScene. And we can actually just type a number in there. And since it starts with 0, when we build our game, in theory, we should be able to just use that 0. So use 1 to identify it. So if I go button, and I go on click here, and I drag that logic manager in there, and I go logic script, and I go play game, and then I go to file, build settings, and I add a scene, add open scenes. See how it says gameplay in the other way? So we want to shift those. So now main menu is 0 and gameplay is 1. Basically this is like an array. Arrays start at 0 because computer science is silly. So now in theory, we'll see if this works. In theory, I should be able to click play game. It should load the first scene. We'll see how this works. We've set the main menu as our default one by setting it as the first one in the list. We'll see if it works. Boom. So we got Planet Dodger. The exit works fine. Let's go back to our settings here. Where's our folder? Where are we building this to? Whatever. Flappy Bird in my profile. So let's go here. Documents. This PC? Where am I? Where are you saving my stuff? Users. Flappy Bird, build, play. There we go, perfect. And that's what we want. So the next step we want to do is we want to make sure that play key works. And look, it selected it. So like I was saying there, I'll show you that again. This is 0, this is 1. Your first one starts at the top there. And what we've done is we've told it to load scene 1 on that play game button. So in the future, program a separate code for your main menu than you would from your logic manager. But just for right now, we're doing a little bit of a ramshackle show here. So we have a main menu now. I think the next thing we want to do is, how do you guys feel about some music for our main menu? Music? Yeah, we'll add some music. Let's see here. So let's go free sci-fi music. Let's see. I wonder if itch.io has music. Game assets. Actually, that was right there, wasn't it? Album and soundtracks. Let's see. Free. Let's go view all tags. Let's find science fiction. Is there science fiction somewhere? Come on. There's got to be sci-fi somewhere. What's up? Sci-fi. Beautiful. These are free, correct? Did I click free? Let me click free again now. There we go. We got free ones here. Is this a soundtrack? No, this is a game. We want soundtrack. How did this, where did we lose top free album and soundtrack? There we go. Thank you. Now click free. I guess that didn't really work properly. Sci-fi? Cool. Okay. Album center, take sci-fi, free sci-fi music. Perfect. Let's grab this one. Why not? Let's download this one. Let's put 0. No thing. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Download it. Got about 100 megabytes there. So let's show that in the folder here. Let's extract it. Sure, I'm not really picky here. Let's go endless space. So let's create a folder here. New, create, folder. Let's call that our sounds folder. I don't know how I misspelled sounds so badly there. Sounds. Let's drag in for all these 4. Okay, drag and drop in. That work? Do your thing, please. Drag and drop in. Thank you. Lovely. Boom, boom. So we got a few sounds here, and then what we'll do is we'll take, there's our main camera. Realistically, anything that's at default 0, we'll set sort of the distance from it. So what we can do, we can pick anything we want. Probably a better thing to do would be just like creating empty and call it sound. Add component, set this to 0. You don't want this being so far from the camera. Go sound, audio, there it is, audio source. So there's a bunch of different options. I'm just going to do a basic audio source because it works well enough. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick probably this endless stream one here. And I'm going to drag and drop that into the sound here. So boom, endless stream. I'm going to set it to loop. And then in theory, when we play our game on the main menu here, there should be some sound. We'll see if it worked. We've got sound. This endless stream one's not super sci-fi here, so let's switch that to the endless space here. And let's try this again. Let's see if it feels a little bit more of the vibe. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Lovely. So we've got this going now. So I think that's realistically all we can do. One thing we can do as well is you can trigger a bit more functionality in here. So if you want your clicks to have a bit more sound, you can add a bit more functionality in here. So what we could do, and it's kind of funny, there's a little bit of fidgeting you could do in here. So watch this, so add. Let's go. Let's create an empty here. Let's add a sound source. We'll set this object to sleep. And then what we can do is we'll rename this to click sound. Boom. And then let's see, do we have any good clicking sounds? I wonder if any of my download folders here have clicks. So we got the UI pack. Is there sounds in there? No. So in this context, let's grab a basic click sound. So same thing as before. Let's go back to here. Let's go back to search. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And then let's search click. Maybe that's not going to work the way we want it to. How are we going to do this? So we're looking for just a basic click sound. Sure, this seems fine. No thanks. We'll just download a basic click sound. It's fine. Lovely. Show in folder. We'll go back to Unity here. We'll take click 1. Boom, we've got a little click noise now. And then what we can do is we could tell this to play on awake, right? So this functionality here on the click, go drag this in here, function, game object. Somewhere in here, we should have the ability to wake up the game object. So set active, see that? So now in theory, as long as we did that right, we can trigger that click sound on both of this. So let's try that again here. Let's double check we got it. So we'll go to this button, click that, drag click sound in there, game object, set active. Because right now the game object is asleep. Let's click play. Did that make a noise? I don't even know if that did. It might have been too slow. Maybe the soundbite's too long there. Might have made a click. In theory, that should make a clicking noise. Let's take the same theory though here. Let's copy this. And let's test it in a better situation, right? Like the pause and unpause, for example, would be a better place to test that. Let's go to our scenes here. Let's go back to gameplay. Let's save it. Let's go back into our canvas here. Let's go to the game over here. We got our buttons here. And let's paste as child for both of these buttons. Paste as child. We can do the same for the pause button here. Paste as child. Paste as child. We'll go in here. On the button, click here. Let's drag and drop that sound here, click sound. Set active game object. Set active. We'll go to this one as well. We'll do the same here. Some of them it won't matter because the game closes too quickly. But we'll do it anyways, just for consistency's sake. And this is just me showing you that you can do a little bit of functionality coding just through the clicking feature here, the on-click there. Game object, set active. All right, so let's play the game from here. Click escape. Did that make a noise? I can't even tell. Let me increase my audio here. Oh, it's audio 100. Here, let me increase my audio in here. Let's see. We're going to make a really loud noise and we're going to see if it works. Okay, on pause. I cannot tell if that's making any noise. In theory, though, let's see if it's doing what it's supposed to do. So, on pause. It's hard to tell. On pause. It doesn't seem to be working. So let's see what we can do here. Because that's what you should need to do. Let's try something else. So instead of turning the click sound on and off as a whole, let's leave this on. And let's turn off the audio source here. I think that might be the issue, is that on the, see how these are both turned off in here? Let's try that. Then what we can do is we can go in here, and we've set the click sound, game object set, and then we'll go audio source, and then set that to bool is active. Let's see here. Bool enabled, that's probably what we want. Okay, and we'll do the same here. Audio source, bool is enabled. And we'll do the same in here as well. Game object. Audio source. enabled. And down here, game object, audio source, enabled. So let's try this now. Oopsie, I don't think any of that stuck. Let's see. Maybe it did. No, it didn't. Okay, so we'll fix that. I forgot that when you have the game active, nothing sticks. Be smarter than me. Cool. This probably is ramshackled. You're probably going to want to do a bit more with it, but I don't want to spend too much time on this. So just want to show you that you can do some very, 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 very basic coding through the attribute menu here. Audio source enabled. All right, let's see what happens now. Okay, let's escape. Is that making a noise? So we might have an issue here. So I think the issue right now is that we're closing the full activity before that sound effect can play. To fix that, maybe you could put the sound effect somewhere else, and you could program some actual code to play it. Right? So if you wanted to, what you could do is you could take that click sound and maybe attach that into the logic manager, right? And then delete it from here, delete it from here, delete it from here. And then what you could do is in the logic code, on each of these buttons here, you can put in a reference, so public, audio, we'll just put game object actually. You know what? Let's go audio source. Audio source. Click. And then what we'll do is we'll put on game over. No, we want to do that on restart. When you click that button, let's put the play. So we'll do, what do we call it? We'll call it click. Sure, we'll do click. Dot is enabled. True. Did that work? No? Play. There we go. Good enough. So you can just tell it to play it. So we'll see if that works. And what we'll do is we'll take that and we'll put that over every button you can click, just so that we have a little sound effect when you click a button. Lovely. And then what we can do is we can take this. And right now, that's not actually saved into our thing. But what you can do is you can take this and you can, what I would do is probably go into the prefab itself. So copy this, go into the prefab, and just paste this child there, just so it's more consistent. There you go, delete that. And now, when you go into your logic manager, it's going to ask you to paste the click sound, drag and drop it. Drag and drop it, there you go, lovely. Now, in theory, that should work. Hey, I think I heard a sound, did you? Not really a great place to hear the sound effects. It's hard to tell. Click sound. All right, let's try that, I guess. Sound effects are weird. It's not my favorite forte. Every time you click escape, it makes a noise, at least. It's something. There you go. There you go. So you can use the play function, click.play. So as long as it has access to that sound effect, you could embed it in the object on a child object like I did there, and then you can just tell it to play it, and it'll play it every time. Boom. So now we've got some buttons here. What else makes sense to add here? We've got fail states. Oh, let's make the spawner a little bit more exciting, right? So right now the spawner is consistent. It's just going to spawn it every 5 seconds. Why don't we, every time, let's go every time that it spawns, right? So every time it resets here, let's make the spawner equals spawn timer times, let's say, 0.95. So why are you mad at me? What are you mad about? Cast a float. Well, it is a float, isn't it? No? No? Spawn timer? No, spawn timer's a float. Let me set this to 5.0. No, why are you mad at me? It's already a float. Why are you being silly? There we go, that worked. Okay. In theory now, basically every time it spawns a new planet, the spawn rate should get better. So let's click File Save here. Let's click play and see what happens. Okay, so, and I should be able to see the spawn timer actually if I click the planet spawner here. So you can see that the spawn timer is now 3.8. So why don't I pause pause, click. I just want to see the spawn timer here. There we go. Unpause, and now we'll play. There's 1. And let's see if we can get it. There's 3.8. Look at that, see? So with 0.9, what we're doing is we're making the spawner faster. And because it's a float, this should work fine, and it'll keep going. 3.25, 2.9. Should be visibly getting faster as well here. 2.5. I don't know, does that look visibly faster to you guys? The planets, though, are they spawning faster, right? So I've told it to stop spawning, but it looks like the spawn timer's going and it's compressing, which is what we want. Obviously, there's one flaw with that. You don't want it to decrease the spawner if it's too fast. So what we could do is we could put another if statement in here. So spawn timer. And let's say the minimum spawn rate, like the max we want, spawn timer greater than, let's say 1. Because if we don't want it going down any less than 1. 1's pretty crazy, 1 every second. So let's take that, let's stick that in there. Now if we save that, click play. Boom. Okay, so let's pause it really quickly here just so we can watch that timer together. Spawn timer. Cool, unpause. And as long as I don't suck, we should be able to see that go all the way down to 1 in theory. There we go. And the spawn timer is decreasing every time it spawns planets, right? Lovely. Lovely. What should we do after this? So should we maybe make it look like space in the background? Add a nice backdrop there. Or should we add some randomization to the planets? Make it look like they're spawning different planets coming in. Because we should be able to do that pretty easily too here. Ooh, geez. Oh, so clearly, oh, there we go, it worked, okay, cool. So it spawned one, it went slightly lower, but in theory, this is the current limitations that we've put into it. Which I think with these planets, it might be honestly, like, you could probably go forever at that rate. Oops. So why don't we set this limitation a little bit nicer here? Why don't we say spawner less than, let's say, I don't know, 0.75 maybe? Yeah, that seems fine. There we go. So that, and then the spawn rate will get a little bit faster there. So what's next here? So we still got 20 minutes here. So what do you guys think? Add a background? Sure, let's add a background. So there's a couple ways to do this, but I kind of want to show you guys something kind of cool. So one thing I want to do really quickly here, let's go to the downloads folder here, and let's check these folders that I downloaded here. So we've got the planets, simple space. Does this have like a nice space background to it? So no. Let's find shooter extension, spreadsheet. No planets. We're going to look for planet, for like a starry background. I'm hoping it's in one of these spreadsheets, or else I can do something else. But the dream would be to have a nice spreadsheet with some stars. Nothing so far. That's okay. Ooh, we got backgrounds here. Okay, cool. So we got a nice little basic background here. So why don't we use that? So that's in the Space Shooter Redux. So let's go scene. Let's go sprites. Space Shooter Redux. And we'll go, what folder was that in? That was in backgrounds? Which is probably not the folder we grabbed. No, it's not. So let's grab that background folder here. And let's drag and drop that in here as well. Why not? It could go in here. I don't mind. Okay, so there's a few ways to do this. I'm going to be a little silly here just because I want to show you guys something interesting. In this background folder here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new 2D tile palette in Rectangular. And then what I'm going to do with that, oops, sorry, that's wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these, make sure it's right. I'm going to open the sprite editor here. How do I do this again? Okay, so 2D sprite editor, lovely. So we got a sprite editor, and then the other thing we want 2D tile palette. So I kind of just want to show you guys this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop that there. And then we'll save it in here, select folder, that's fine. So in theory, what you can do is in the sprite editor here, you can take this and you can slice it. And you can customize it. You can do it by grid size, which I think that seems to work okay here. So why don't we do that? So we'll set it by 6464. We'll slice that, apply it. And what we've done is we've created a bunch of separate sprites. And we just did it by slice, grid size, apply, save. So now it's created this. And then what we can do is we can drag and drop this into here. New tile palette, create new tile palette, create, select folder. We'll delete both of these first, actually. Let's see what happens when we drag this in here. Select folder. Oh, stop being silly. Why are you being rude? Oh, here it is. I clicked the wrong thing. What did I click? What is this? There we go. That did what we wanted it to do. I'm not sure what the deal was there. So then what we can do is we've created this nice little tile map. Now, if we go into the game object here, and we create a 2D object, we create a tile map. Sorry, no, sprites. Nope, sorry, I'm wrong. Create an empty. We'll call this the background. Add component, tile. You add a tile map renderer there, I believe. Nope. Maybe it's just the tile map? I don't know. We'll leave it like this for now. Perfect. And in theory, go back to, oh, there we go. That's what's confusing me. I was like, why is this not proper? Zoom, 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 zoom. Background. We should have access to this tile map. Let's delete both these really quickly here, because they don't seem to be working when I want them to be. Add component. Let's go 2D animation. No? Where is this? Tile map. Tile map, okay. And then what we should be able to do is we should be able to paint on this background here. Let's make sure this is set to the right spot though. So we want it set to 0. We don't want animation. Where is your silly nonsense? Tile map renderer. That's what we want. We want this in the background, so we want to set it to like -1. And in theory, we should be able to paint onto it, and I'm confused why this isn't working. Let's see here. Material. Oh, what happened there? I think my Unity just crashed because I did something weird. Well, we'll let it do its thing. What is that? No, we don't report the bug. It's fine. Yeah, I crashed my Unity. Hopefully I didn't lose too much progress. I've done this before, but I forget how I did it. So we'll see if I can figure it out for y'all. But the goal here is on 2D things, a lot of the times it's really convenient to get out of your Unity project. Okay, so we're back in the gameplay here. Let's go back to, I don't know, sprites? Does that have it in there? Where were we last? What do we have going on here? The logic manager, do you have the sound in you? You do have the sound in you. Okay, cool. Guess it's just the background stuff we lost? Okay, cool. Create you know what? It's fine. Let's skip that. We're just going to create that empty there. We're just going to add a sprite. I don't have the patience for this right now. Add a sprite here. Let's grab that background folder here. We'll drag and drop this here. In that one, rename it background. Do a capital B here. Put this to -1, so it's in the background itself. We'll drag and drop this in there. Unless this, nope, okay, cool. We'll just drag and drop that back there. 0, 0, 0. Let's lock that scale and let's set this to 5. Let's set it to 10. That's probably a bit much. Why don't we attempt to tile it? We can. So this is where that tiling comes in convenience, is that it really does a good job of like, here, let's slice it again, slice isometric grid, slice it. Nope, what is happening there? Automatic, isometric grid, or let's do size. There we go, that's better. Slice it, apply, boom. I really want to figure out how to do that background tile in there. Well, let's see what happens when I do that. Probably just going to pick a single one of those spots. Because we built tiles, right? So the tile map is supposed to work this way. And then open the tile palette. And then you should be able to paint on the background here. But I don't know what's happening here. And I don't know why it's not working. And I'm very confused. In theory, that's all it should take. It's literally, it should just be like painting on there. So let's do a quick search here. Let's go tile map. Introduction to tile maps. Let's see if we can quickly figure this out as a group. Okay, so tile map, package manager, scroll, 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 scroll. Mark is complete, create a tile map. New. There's the grid, the cell size, 1 by 1, sure. Configure the tile map renderer. Exploring the tile palette, create the tile palette. Brush allows you to paint, using it, using the tile palette, create new palette. Tile map collider. None of this actually showed what I wanted to see, so good job, Unity tutorial. You're not very good. Let's see if there's anything better in here for this. So square tiles. Ooh, we're not using code for that. Nope. How to build levels, tile map editor tutorial. Thank you. Okay, so scroll. Create a tile palette. We've got that. Our tile palette's fine. Lovely. 2D object, tile map, grid. Oh, we need to add the grid to it. There we go. So if we go to here, in Unity, go to our project, add, just called grid. That was our issue. Now we've got grids. Look at that. Let's set add component, tile map, renderer. Hey, look at that. Obviously, one problem here is there's a bit of a margin there. That's not exactly what we want. So let's see if we can fix that. Order layer -1. Mode, individual. Nope, that doesn't fix it. Let's set tile anchor to 0, 0. Nope. Okay, so we do want that at 0.5. 0.5, because that'll give us the center. And then what we need to do is we need to change the scale. Orientation, X, Y. Cell size. Let's set that to, So something's wrong with our tiles here. As you can see, our palette is a little off. In theory, this is how you do this. And then when you look at the game here, it would be like that. I'm betting so even if we do that, that's still wrong. So let's do a quick search here. Let's go tile map, weird margins, Unity. Weird padding between tiles. Let's see what they say here. You could need 1 pixel per unit with no compression. Could be sprite atlas set padding to 2. So what we need to do for that, apparently, is we need to go into here. We need to do point no filter. And in theory, that should help. No? Maybe we need to create a new palette here. So let's create a new palette here. Create new palette, select folder, drag, select folder, lovely. And then let's delete all of this here. And then let's grab the paintbrush here and see, nope, still the same thing. Wrap mode, repeat, I suppose, no. Let's see here, clamp. This should be 64. Let's delete these palettes here quickly. Discard. We got 7 minutes here, so. Yeah, all right. Oh my God, how am I struggling so much with this? Let's open that sprite editor. Let's reslice these again. Center, 64 by 64. Do we want to do it that high? Let's do 32 by 32, actually. No, sorry, 64 by 64 is fine. Slice it, apply it, close it. And then what we need to do is we need to set this to a 64 here and apply that. And then what we need to do is we need to set it to, what did they say? You need to do, I think the project changed sprite from bilinear to point no filter. So let's make sure we're on point no filter. We'll apply that as well here. Then what we can do is we'll create a palette with that. Select folder, overwrite. Hey, and that's what we wanted. So there we go. So now we've created a little paintbrush, right? So now what we can do is we can just take whatever ones of these has stars and we can just randomly paint these however we want. We made a little paintbrush. And in theory, if we want to, we could add some like parallax and stuff with that, but I think this is okay. Look at that. Lovely. Now when we play our game, we've got this little paintbrush background here. One thing to notice is obviously space is vast, so you can sort of get away with that. Doodaloo. A couple things we can do as well if we want to make it a little bit better here. We could change the cell size to 0.5. 0.5. And then in theory, oh, let's see here, background, 0.5, 0.5. This way we just have a bit more tiles to work with when we open that paint palette up, or the tile palettes are here. Oh, shoot, okay. Window, 2D, tile palette. Where's our tile palette gone? There it is. And now what we can do is we can paint a bit more if we want to. One flaw, obviously, is you can see that these are too big. So maybe we shrink these as well. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave it, though, because I don't care. But in theory, if you go to here and you change these to 32, you should be able to apply that. And then you can go into here, and you can change a bunch of stuff around to make it look better. I'm going to discard that, though. Or I'm going to convert it back, I guess. Set that back to 64, apply that. Just because I like the way that looked, it was fine. But you could set it to 32 and get a bit more customization on your screen. We have 4 minutes till the next slide thing. What else do we want? We've got fail states, we've got success states, we've got background now. Let's try and get that planets to spawn some different planets in here. So the planet spawner currently just accepts planets. Why don't we create a new prefab here of some of the other planets? So if we take this planet object here, right, and we drop it in, let's get rid of the tile palette here. We'll close that actually just for now. Thank you. So we've got this planets object here. Let's create prefab, unpack. So now we've got this one unpacked from the other one, which means our 2 planets that we've got as well here. Let's unpack those as well. Prefab, unpack, prefab, unpack. And then what we can do is we can start creating new ones, right? So if we go to our sprites here for those planets, let's go to this one. We'll rename it to number 2. We'll name this one 3. We'll name this planets 2, as it's a new one here. We'll replace the sprite here with planet 2 and planet. Go over here, planet 3, wherever that is, boop. So there's 2 and 3. And then what we can do is we can leave those as they are. We'll go back over to sprites here, back to prefabs. We'll drag them in here. We'll create new prefabs for both of those. Planets 2 can be a new prefab as well. And then we can delete that. What we can do is we can go to our spawner, go to our spawner code, and we can introduce a new variable, right? In our spawner code, we can introduce public game object planets 2. And then on the spawn here, we can do enter if bracket. Let's go. How do we want to do this? We could do some almost true randomization. Let's go if spawn timer divided by 2 equals 0, equals 0, sorry. So what we're doing is we're basically just saying if it's even, but we don't want to do it that way because that's not going to work perfectly. So how do we want to do this? So we basically want to alternate it. So maybe we make a new variable. Let's call a new variable here where we'll make a private int, and we'll call this spawn count. Spawn count. And then we will go into spawn planets here. And every time that function's called, we'll go spawn count plus plus. weird that it's doing that. But that's fine, we'll leave it, it's fine, it's not the end of the world. And then what we can do is we can go into f spawn count. If spawn count divided by 2 equals 0, so if it's an even number, we'll put a little bracket here. We'll make two versions of the instantiate function here. Oh, here we go. Let's do this way, I guess. Okay, copy. We'll put this in here now. And we'll put right here. So we've told it to spawn planets. So if it's an even number, it's going to spawn planets. And then we'll go else. And we'll take the same function. Boop, 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 boop. And we'll set that to planets 0, or planets 2 is what I think we called it. And essentially what we're doing is now we're having it alternate. So if it's even, spawn this one. If it's odd, spawn this one, right? So let's see how that looks. Let's save that. File save all. Let's go to that logic manager here. Or sorry, we'll have to go to the spawner. We'll assign planets 2 here. We'll take the spaceship, assign that there. Let's click play and let's see what happens. So there's one set of planets. There's a different set of planets. One set of planets. So seems to work. It's super zoomed in right now, but I think that's just the small screen I'm playing in. So Earth, purple. Earth, red. Earth, red. So that first one's a little silly. And then I think, oh, you know what I forgot to do? No, that's right. Let's pause this. Let's file, save all. Go in here, let's file save this again. And, okay, let's make this public just so I can see what's going on here. File save all. Go back in here. I just want to see what's going on with that spawner here. So spawn count equals 0. Let's click play again here. Let's do a very quick pause, just so I can see it there. Perfect, spawn count. Let's continue. Equals 1. Spawn count equals 2. Spawn count equals 3. That doesn't seem to be doing its job properly. I think it's only spawning the else statement now. So something's wrong with my math here. So let's see here. So f spawn count divided by 2 equals 0. So that's wrong. What we want to do is we want to do spawn count, I believe it's modulo 2 equals 0, 0. Basically what we're doing is we're looking for the remainder. And if the remainder is nothing, then that should work. So let's try that again. Essentially, basically, the modulo on, say, 3 divided by 2 is going to be 1.5. But if it's 4, then it's going to be 0. The modulo basically is just your remainder, if you remember basic math there. So let's see. So it spawns that. Spawns that. Whoa, did I touch something that I shouldn't have? Oopsie. Okay, let's try it again here. There's 1. Let's pause it really quickly just so I can see what's going on. Planet spawner, pause, let's see. Oh, I need to be more careful. Okay, that's purple. That's red. That's purple. So it seems to be working properly. So that's what I'm doing. In theory, we could introduce a math.random function and then divide that by something else to decide. You could also just do a math.random where it's like a 50-50 chance. But I think for this example, that's fine. And if I want to do more of it, I could do the same. I could just create infinite planet variables based off all my different ones, and I can create different mix and matching to give a ton more randomness. And you could, so this one here is not perfect. What I would recommend doing is the spawn count is cool. That's one way of doing it. Or the other way of doing it is literally just like let's see, if random random dot range 1, 2. Let's do 1.0. So let's do 1, 100. And then you can do this. You can do less than 50. And then essentially what you're doing here is you're using a randomized function instead. And then for that, nicely enough, you don't need the spawn counter, which means you can just give it to that, right? And then in theory, if you save that, this will be true randomness, right? So what we're doing is we're provided a range of 1 versus 1 to 100. It's going to do a little math function each time it spawns. So far it's 50-50, and it should roughly be 50-50, but now you'll see some doubles sometimes, or some triples, Jesus. Let's just double check that it is quadruples. Randomizing is silly, okay, again. Another. Are we going to see any of the other ones, or did I break something? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So randomization is just silly sometimes. When you flip a coin, sometimes you get 6 heads in a row. Yeah, and then obviously, like if you wanted to introduce more versions of that, go back. What you could do is you could do a few variations. So it's like f1 equals 100. 1 to 100 is greater than 75, spawn this. Else if it's this, spawn this, and then you can do some nested looping, right? So here, let me show you one more step here, and then we'll get into our last lecture of the day here. Maybe take a quick 5-minute break. But let's do one more here. So I'm going to create, oopsie. I'm going to create one more of these, just so I can show you what I was thinking here. So boom. Boom, boom. And then what I'll do is I'll unpack this one completely. Prefab, unpack completely. And that should unpack all the children. We'll name this planets 3. Planet 2. Planet 4. I think 3 exists, so let's make this one 5 actually. Boom. And then what we'll do is we'll create new prefabs of those after we fix them. So let's go back to sprites here, planets. I have a planet 5. Click planet 5, assign that sprite to it. I have a planet 4, assign that sprite to it. Go back to the prefabs. Boom. You probably don't need to make prefabs of each planet, but since that's what we've did before, I'm going to do the same here. Boom. Now we can save that, file save. Go back over to here. Similar versus the same there, so public game object planets 3. Then in here, we can do some else if. Boom. And let's take this integer here, and let's put that over here. Let's do random. Let's go with int random num equals random range 100, and then we'll just do random num. So if random num is greater than 50, do that. Let's make this random num is greater than 33. Else if random num is greater than 66. So we should do that the other way. 66, 33, and then we can do the last one here. Essentially what we're doing is it's going to go through this from top to bottom. So to check if it's greater than, or sorry, it's less than, oopsie, greater than, boop, boom. I'll just set that to planet 3, boom. So now if you look at this, it's going to make a random number every time you tell it to spawn planets. And then it's going to check if that random number is greater than 66. If it is, it's going to spawn planets 1. And then it'll just exit the loop. Else if random number is greater than 33, spawn planets 2. And if it's less than 33, it'll spawn planets 3. So then in theory, we delete this, right? File, save all, deletes this, press play. boom. That's, I think that's planet 2 there that it spawned. It spawned at planet 2 it again. Randomization be silly. That's planet 1. So that one has been greater than 66. Okay. Oh, got lucky there. Oh, is it going to spawn planet 3 at all? Can it spawn planet 3 at all? Let's find out. We'll play a little longer here. RNG can be silly sometimes, so you got to put a little bit more time in there just to see if it worked. Okay, come on. In theory, 1 to 100 should have a 33% chance. Yeah, it doesn't really like us right now. Come on. In theory, it should work though, and I don't know why it's not. Unless I put something wrong there. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I died. Something's wrong with this code here. So else if random number greater than 33, else instantiate planet 3. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't assign planet 3. It doesn't know what that is. So that would probably be part of the issue. Let's try it now. Now that we've assigned it properly so we can use it, because likely what's happening is it's impossible to build something that it can't understand, right? So that's planet 2, and it'll tell us on the side, there's planet 3, so it's working, cool. So essentially what we've done is we managed to tell it to do what we want it to do. And that adds in a bit more true randomization there. I did notice that it got kind of impossible there. So I'm going to just adjust this to say 85, 8.5. Cool. Boom. And that is our game. It might be getting spawn rate a little too quickly. So if we want to adjust that, then we can adjust that here. So let's make it 9.8, for example, there. And we've got a fully functioning version of Flappy Bird, but in space. We could add some sound to the ship. We could add a little ignition sound for every time you click space and stuff like that too, with just the play sound variable. But we don't need to. And I mean, we've shown how to add sound. We've shown how to do tiling. That is realistically your basics. You're all set. Let's build and run this. Let's save it. And let's take a quick look at our final copy here. Before we take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll do a 40-minute roundtable discussion about game engines. On pause. We added a little pause effect there. That works nicely. The pause resume there. Pause function's really good, actually. The time scale to 0 thing is kind of cool. I appreciate it. Because all of our spawning and our movement and all the physics is based off the internal time engine for the game. That's pretty cool that you can set the time scale to 0. And that will cause the game to continue. And I could show you a bit more. You could actually take that spawner script if you wanted to. And if you wanted to make like a nice ignition trail that sort of followed your movement, you could use a spawner script to spawn ignitions over and over again, like the fires. You could just spawn that fire object infinitely on your player object, and it would spawn it where you last were, so trail. I think some sound effects for the gameplay would be cool here, but that's okay. Maybe a little burst sound every time you hit the space. Just should do the job. Some ignition noises here. So I put the spawn rate at 0.98, which was maybe a bit overkill, because it seems like the spawn rate's not really increasing crazy fast. But I mean, that's kind of the point, ain't it? I guess the last thing that we could add is a win condition. What I would do for that is I would do the score, the player score. I would sort of attach a variable to that, so that like adds on the add score function, if player score say is 100, There you go, good enough. If player scores 100, make a win screen and trigger that instead. But we have a fully functioning game here, and that's your basics. Boom, boom. Okay, do you want a quick intermission there? We'll be back in about 5 minutes here. Hello, welcome back. We took a small 5-minute break there that turned into I think maybe 10? Maybe turned into a 10-minute break. We got about half an hour left here. And we're just going to do a very brief, quick rundown of different game engines. Jordy, go ahead and take over from that.
All right, so for me, I use Godot. It's a free and open source game engine. So it's fairly simple to use. The scripting is a lot like Python, and overall it's a pretty great engine, and yeah.
How do you find getting assets for Godot?
I think getting assets is definitely a lot more tricky.
There's no assets source?
Yeah, because with things like Unity or Unreal, most of your assets will already be just as a file. You just drag and drop it. All the animations are already configured. But with Godot, you have to do a lot of that by hand, which can be frustrating, but I think it's not as hard to do it as in a lot of other engines. So.
And so besides Godot, what would you say the big 4 or 5, maybe your top 5? Maybe include Godot in 5, but what are
Yeah. So I'm gonna be honest. I haven't used a lot of Unity, but I feel like it's better than Godot. Same with Unreal. I'm like a 3D artist, so Unreal is an amazing engine for if you're really interested in graphics. It has a lot of artist-friendly tools, so I'd also put that in front of Godot. But if you're working on a game by yourself, and it's like a 2D game, Godot I don't think can really be. It's better than Unreal. I'd honestly say it's better than Unity at 2D. So it's really great if you're looking to make a 2D game, but not a 3D game, man. It's terrible at 3D.
Ultra Kill's made in Godot.
Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy.
Other than that, I haven't used too many engines. I used one. Scratch. That one's a banger of a game engine.
Scratch breaks top 5. Unity, Unreal, Godot, that's 3. There's Game Maker as well. Right?
Yeah, Game Maker.
Yeah.
Game Maker's honestly pretty good.
And what about is there Game Guru? Is that a thing too?
I might put RPG Maker. That one's going to be a really controversial take.
I don't know.
but-
I kind of agree. I think RPG Maker can make a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, because if you don't want to worry about the programming, you just
Yeah.
want to focus on making an actual RPG
And you can
game,
still
it's
do
great for
programming
that.
in RPG Maker.
So which one is so we have quite a lot of game engines, right? For you, which one is probably the least computer intensive, right? Because we saw that Unity today takes a while to create a project, right? And Unity is also pretty intensive on computer's processing. What do you think the lightest processing?
Probably Godot. The editors, the entire editor, everything is 32 megabytes.
Ooh, do they have a portable executable?
Yeah, it's a portable. It's like a full code editor, everything you need.
Use it where you're not supposed to.
Yeah, you could probably store it on a couple floppy disks.
Fair enough. What else do we want to talk about here? So features, drawbacks. So obviously you said Godot is very, very good at 2D.
Yeah.
By the way, Gavin, your mic's muted, I think.
My mic's muted?
Yeah.
So you said that Godot is
it's
good at 2D, right? Are there any other ones that you find that are sort of built for a specific perspective?
Let me think.
I think Game Maker is definitely a 2D engine.
Yeah,
Game Maker's a
that's
2D engine?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think there's people who made 3D stuff on it, but I would not attempt.
And RPG Maker, that's what, 2
Roblox
and
a game
2.5?
engine?
Roblox.
You
Roblox
could do
is
two,
great.
I think, surprisingly, Roblox as a game engine for game creation is very popular.
Yeah, and there's some actually
It's actually crazy
incredible
in depth.
stuff.
Have you seen the Call of Duty remake in Roblox?
Frontlines?
Yeah, it has like real models, like 3D models and effects and stuff. It looks exactly like Call of Duty. And I don't know how.
Would you
someone
put
made it
Roblox as one of the 5 game engines? Your top 5 game
about
engines?
Yaha?
I actually, yeah, I was thinking about.
Realistically, it might very well be one of the top 5 most popular.
Yahaha?
Let's see. Let's do a
No
search
way.
here.
All right, so
Man.
for context,
Yahaha.
while we were at GDC,
Dude, don't bring back the
there was this
PTSD.
horrible game engine called Yahaha, which is like a wannabe Roblox. Like the only thing that they had going for it was I think they had a slightly better revenue share than Roblox. Otherwise, everything was worse.
Interesting.
Like
So-
less players,
There were
worse
a lot
editor.
of people advertising game engines linked with cryptocurrency at GDC.
Yeah,
It
there
was
was
really uncanny.
There was, for ones that were recently revealed at GDC, there was a ha.
How do you
So there's
pronounce
it's a low-code platform for the metaverse.
Ooh, metaverse.
Yeah. It was very, very awkward, but I could understand where there'd be value if you really didn't know or want to know how to code at all.
It's like Scratch for
Then there
3D.
was, what was it, Cleekly? Is that what it was?
I think it had about 500 downloads on Google Play for Yahaha.
This is Cleekly. This is another one.
I've
Cleekly
seen
I
this.
found significantly more exciting, and it was also a lot less tied to crypto and Bitcoin and the metaverse. it felt less buzzwordy. They had some they do mini game jams where if you make a game using their engine, they'll pay you. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Here, let's see if I can find that. Pretty basic to run on a computer as well. Like the processing power is not hard. A basic 370 and 8 gigs of RAM. Nothing crazy. Let's see if I can find that part about the creating games to make money stuff. Boom, it broke. It's cool though. They've got some really interesting stuff that way. And then this one was built around 2.5D. So if you look at the game section here, let's see if we can see it. Are you gonna show any footage of it? No? No? Okay. That's another like low code one. What else is there? I guess a game engine technically Project Spark, but that's dead.
Project
What
Spark.
is that?
Yeah, Project Spark was
never
made by
heard
Microsoft as a way to make games.
I'm searching this up.
And
What is this?
I thought it was pretty cool. You can see it here. So you used to be able to make games in this, and they had this specific art style and stuff. And Conker's Bad Fur Day was actually in that one recently. They actually remade or made a sequel to Conker's Bad Fur Day in Project Spark that you can play.
That's like a good marketing decision.
But yeah, you can see sort of here. Let's see if I can find footage of it here. Let's go videos. Sure.
Big Planet.
So you can see some of the things people did with Project Spark here.
Yeah, Dreams.
Dream,
Oh,
that's
Dreams is an
PlayStation's, isn't
engine. Yeah.
Yeah, this was Project Spark. Nobody used it, so it didn't make enough money, so they closed it down.
It looks like it's running at 10. Yes.
Yeah, and then you said Dreams. That's
Dreams is funny.
There's also the Nintendo Switch one. I forget what it's called. Game Garage or something.
Interesting. There's many console-specific ones, but I wouldn't really bother with those, especially if you actually want to make money. I guess technically Android Studio counts as a game engine.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. As well as I believe Flutter is a cross-platform one. Flutter's a way to code in both Android and iOS, I think. I've never done any iOS coding, so I'm not too confident on that.
Oh yeah, speaking of cross-platform, it's like insane how much Unreal can do with cross-platform. Because Unreal can export to like any console. It can export
Yeah,
to like
you can
phones,
actually code in
Switch.
Unity and export it to Android as well.
Yeah, that's cool.
Grabbing the Apple charger by the chance.
I would do not. But yeah, so the Unreal's pretty good. Obviously, it's really, really good for 3D. I kind of like the fact that Unity is so flexible. That's kind of my big thing with Unity. That and it's a really good beginner engine,
Yeah,
right?
I like the way Unity looks. It's easy to understand.
Yeah, and I mean, we went through and made it Flappy Bird today, and
Yeah.
it wasn't too complicated. You like Godot because it's built in?
I think the scripting, it's pretty straightforward.
I need to learn Godot.
Also, it's fully open source, so there's no royalties, or anything like
No
that.
licensing and stuff like that, yeah. So let's see what Google says that we should consider.
They actually used Godot, or a modified version of Godot, for one of the recent Sonic games. I think it was the new Sonic Colors.
Interesting.
Written in Godot.
Yeah, so Obviously, Unreal 5 is pretty crazy. Something called Quixel?
Oh yeah, so Quixel's this, it's like a library
Oh, okay.
of like photogrammetry assets. So basically they take a bunch of pictures of objects and then they have some algorithms that will turn those into 3D models.
Cool.
So if you know Star Wars Battlefront, Star Wars Battlefront, the forest in the first one, the reason why it looks so good as it does, even though this is like from 2015, is that all of these assets were actual
Photographs of trees?
yeah, those were actual trees that they took and put them into the digital world.
That's really cool.
Using just algorithms.
Yeah, using bump maps and stuff like that, yeah.
It's a little different. So photogram. This is a little going off a
Photogrammetry
little
is very cool.
It's really amazing. So basically, you just take a bunch of photos of a model,
Yeah.
and then it will use those find basically points that all of them have in common,
Yeah.
and use those to reconstruct what is actually there.
And I'm guessing it's like not crazy intensive on processing then?
It's pretty crazy intensive.
Yeah.
on
When you
It takes a
when you
long
use it
time
though,
to
too?
render a photo.
What?
Even when you use it? You said it was...
Yeah, the ones they have at the makerspace, if you want to process
Yeah.
like 1,000 photos at a high res, that would be like an overnight.
But what about when you actually want to
thing.
use it in your game?
Oh, yeah, so what happens is they will take that model and basically bake it down into a lower detail version. And what they'll do is create a
Normal map? Do they use a bump map as well, or...?
A normal map's
Good
better
enough,
than
yeah?
it's better than a
Oh, there you
bump map because it will basically show the directions in which the light.
Oh, cool. So they
Reflects off
fake
of
depth
it.
and stuff off that.
Yeah, like this is just one plane.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people use normal maps for VR chat because VR chat, if you want to make it Quest compatible, you have to be super limiting on hardware, right?
Yeah. It
Look how nice
makes-
that looks, yeah.
It makes a huge difference.
Normal maps, those aren't highly intensive either on your processing.
No, it's almost free. Like
It's almost just like processing an image, right?
yeah, it's
That's gorgeous. Like this is the difference between like your backrooms jam game and then something with like some actual polish and release, right? It's cool. So Unreal, obviously, Epic Games made Unreal. They own Unreal. Well, I don't know if they made it, but they own it. So they've got this huge asset now, so that's going to come into play with it as well then? I guess that's the idea? It's going to be bundled in soon?
yeah. You can use any of their library for free. Like
Cool.
if you know Street Fighter V, they
Yep.
used a lot of Quixel.
Nice.
scans.
I'm not really sure what this is about.
Oh, this is actually, this isn't actually an engine anymore. They actually open sourced Amazon Lumberyard because they
Okay.
abandoned it, and now it's the Open 3D engine, I think. Yeah, so it's a really quite capable 3D engine. It's just,
And then because it's open source, it's obviously free, and then people make mods and stuff for it and update versions for free as well.
yeah, it's just, I don't think it has as big of a community as something like Godot or Unity.
It might be a little harder to learn at first.
Yeah, but it's definitely, it has a lot of potential.
CryEngine. It's free.
yeah.
That's cool. How do we feel about CryEngine? I feel like
Never
there's
seen
not enough
anyone
tutorials
actually.
for it.
I've never seen anyone actually like use it.
The only thing I ever hear about CryEngine is the memes about can it run Crysis.
Yeah, I haven't heard like any actual legitimate news about CryEngine since like 2012 or 2013.
And there's like
I
the
think Crysis 3 was
Frostbite,
the last thing we heard about it.
Frostbite
Yeah.
engine, I think, is another
Then
one.
obviously we've talked about Unity. It's free for personal. So yeah, no, all good. Good for 2D and 3D, like it says, all in one. I do appreciate the linkage between it and Rider, for example, and Rider's really good for C#. Game Maker Studio. So Game Maker's very, very low code, isn't it?
Yeah.
Game on that ninth grade, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah, there was a game making class in my like ninth grade.
That's cool.
So I took it, and yeah,
I think for our course coming up here this year, I think it's going to be Unity, the one that
hope
is
so.
being taught.
I know years ago, like 2009, they used to use Game Maker for TRU.
Yeah, 'cause
Wild.
I went to a TRU open house when I was like 10 years old, and then
Yeah.
people were showing their Game Maker games.
Yeah, I think for my Steam account, I think I have a bunch of the Game Maker stuff for the Game Guru stuff, and I don't use any of it. I don't know. I find a lot of these ones, they're really like interesting, but I just like Unity. I'm a little shill. I'm sorry. There's Godot. Good for two. Oh, it says 3D. Huh.
Yeah, it's okay for 3D. I would use Unity. If you're doing 3D, just use Unity, Unreal.
Wild. So I guess there's this thing called Kogos 2D, which is specifically for 2D, using something called Sprite. Wild. Kogos creator, so I'm guessing those are linked somehow. Oh, here you go. Creators focus on content, what 2D is. This Marmalade SDK, Spring Engine, Panda 3D, Game Salad, Phaser, Cafu. Oh god, Enigma, Solar 2D, Buildbox, Construct 3D. Oh my god, there's so many game engines that nobody like that aren't like big name ones. I don't know. I feel like if you're going to try and like get a job in the industry, you should probably just learn Unity or Unreal, right? As much as they're harder to learn.
Yeah, because if
Probably
they're
gonna
not
be the way to
using
go.
Unity or Unreal, they're probably going to be using a proprietary engine, which you won't
Yeah.
really be able to learn on.
Yeah, and I mean, at least if you have those two, right? If you have Unity, Unreal, Blender's not a game engine, but that's funny. That it's
They
in
used
there.
to have a game engine way back when, but it got removed.
Well, I feel like those are probably just gonna be the way to go. Is they're just like Unity, Unreal, Godot. Godot's really good, like you said, if you don't want to code much. One thing you can do, actually, I want to show you guys this really quickly, is Unity has an extension called Bolt. So if you really don't want to code, they have Bolt, which is like in the asset store here, and you can install it, and it allows you to do visual coding.
Yeah, Godot actually has something built into it that's very
Visual
similar.
Studio, yeah.
Godot visual scripting, but I don't know.
Yeah, visual scripting is interesting because you just drag and drop nodes together.
I don't understand it.
It's okay. It's just I would rather just type my code in.
Yeah, it's really, I like find this so confusing.
Yeah, it's
Oh god,
lot of
Blender, when
lines.
you're trying to do like node connections for Blender and stuff like that, where you're trying to make models and renders and stuff like that, I'm like, I hate this.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah,
understand.
some
It
of
confuses me.
Okay, if you think this is bad, look at what was it? It was Nuke node setups. Okay, look at this. These.
What?
Lord, what is this?
What is this?
Okay, this is like a simple Nuke node set. This isn't
What
even
is
like
Nuke?
that complex. For actual movies, these will be about 10 times as large.
And what is Nuke?
So Nuke is, in the visual effects industry, they use Nuke for basically finalizing stuff, like visual effects. Like
Oh,
if you
okay.
want to make like Iron Man from like some 3D model and
Yeah.
make it look like he's in the real world, that's what you'll want to use. And
Not quite.
Nuke. software.
Real nuke from
Oppenheimer ad on the side there. Okay, so it's like, I don't know,
These are
Sony
terrible
Vegas, for example.
It's more like After Effects.
Okay.
It's After Effects on crack.
crazy.
It's
Okay.
it's much nicer for.
Well, we lost all of our people, so I suppose there's not really many people to ask their thoughts on game engines. Everyone left because it's almost 6 o'clock now. Anyone in the chat have questions? Anyone in the chat there, Aiden? Do you see?
No.
You got people in there?
Not really. It's just
We got one person watching.
Listen,
So I
we're
think
waiting for your question.
ask
think,
your question immediately.
What do you think? We call it for today?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we'll call it for today. All right, stream, we'll be back tomorrow. 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock is practice. So for those who didn't finish their tutorial, for example, you've got a nice hour in the morning there. I'll bring some food in. You can have some snackage, work on your tutorial a bit more. Then I believe from, let's see here, we got 10 to 3. We're going to learn fundamentals of AI in Unity. So Marco, he's got an actual slideshow, a PowerPoint, and he's going to go through sort of like AI logistics, I'm guessing, like how to code your AI and stuff. And then after that, we'll do basics of Blender with
We'll be
Jordan.
doing a Blender workshop at 4 to
No
6.
way.
It's going to be awesome. I love Blender. Blender is awesome. And you will be awesome if you use
Are you
Blender.
gonna teach us all those shortcuts?
Some of them. Some.
Fair enough.
I think I took your Blender workshop like a year ago, and then I probably forgot everything. So I'd like to take it again.
All right.
You were there.
Yeah.
With that, let's call it a day here. We will see you tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everyone.